What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Roll4It DnD with me, Splattercat, as your humble GM, the facilitator of fun, and to release you Avic.
Humble my backside.
Shenrer.
Hello.
And also a little bit of Bentham over there. A little bit of Bentham. You can't.
Hello.
It's Bentham is kind of like a very, very fine spice. You just gotta keep a little in the overall soup to make it all come together correctly.
Couldn't we just get Bentham Light?
Bentham Light, less calories, all the fun.
Wow.
Zero fat.
I don't know.
Zero
I'm
fat.
that already.
I was about to say, like,
Not sure
Bentham looks like Bentham Light already, really. I can't imagine what Bentham Light, just Bentham skeletal?
You should see what Bentham normal is like.
It's Bentham Zero. Well, welcome, everybody. Welcome on in. This was actually a second stream. We're going to stop harping about this, but you all enabled this through your patronage of our channel. So thank you very, very much. This day would not exist without you. So y'all are the best. Welcome on in.
That's right. Tuesday would go straight into Thursday if it weren't for you guys.
Yeah, Wednesdays would disappear entirely.
Very
The
true.
physics of the universe and timekeeping would fall apart as we know it.
Oh no, there'd
So
still
anyway.
be the same amount of time. We would just not keep track of it in the same way. It's like, you know, the Roman emperors. It's like, I think I'm important enough to have a month named after me. Let's just add one in.
Yeah, just pull a Commodus and just be like, guess what? It's not called Rome anymore. It's called Commodium or something. Just be like, well, Commodium definitely sounds like an anti-diarrheal thing, though.
There we go. We've got like our 15,000 goal or something, right? We add an extra day to the week called Roll Day.
You gotta
Splat.
petition
An
the
8-day
government,
week, which
though.
is much more easily divisible.
Yeah, it's true.
Be great.
Oh my god. So we're already off track here. This is how we always start out. But
I just want to point out, as YouTubers who don't really have office hours, we could totally live our life by a different standard of weekdays. I'm just putting it out there.
Sure.
We can make this happen, patron.
well, I see it as kind of like I keep the same schedule now as a YouTuber as I did when I was in college. I basically just stay up as late as I want. I sleep as late as I want. Work gets done when it gets done. It's like, well, I'm awake during X hours. I guess I'll do some work. You know, it works out pretty well. It's nice. It's fluid. It feels good. It feels nice. So we have a Patreon. That's how this show got made. You guys just passed another tier this week, 2 for cosplay streams. We're orchestrating that and setting it up and getting it ready. He's already got a metal shield. And since he's got a metal shield, I'm going to give him the opportunity to talk about the Patreon today. EE, what's up with that Patreon?
So, thank you very much, Splat. The Patreon is amazing. So, you know, we used to take just tips and stuff. Now we've switched over to doing Patreon because more people have been like, can we do monthly and stuff? And that way you can have goals. And we were like, sure. So we set up a Patreon. And it allows you to get like loads of behind the scenes info. Like there's character sheets and stuff. There's like VODs, like behind the scenes, like after show VODs. There's like MP3s of the show, loads of other stuff. And it allows you to like get something out of the show extra while just being able to support the show and making this a reality. And then we've got like stretch goals, like for instance having our second day where I don't have to GM, which is amazing. Splat probably doesn't feel the same.
I like GMing, actually. I'm coming around to it. Like, you can spend a ludicrous amount of time just fiddling with little maps and shit. Like, it's weird how the hours disappear. I sat down last night at like 10 o'clock to work on stuff for the show, and I looked at the clock and it was like 3:30, and I was like, oh my god, what just happened? And all of a sudden I have like all these weird little handouts and things that I've created. It's crazy.
I
So
do
it's
that
actually a lot
on
of
my
fun.
whiteboard. Like I've got a whiteboard here and it's got like all my plot ideas on them, and then there's like arcs and like it's basically like, you know, those like Beautiful Mind kind of like string going between different parts. Just spent hours doing that.
Why's it gotta be a whiteboard though? Like, what's up with that, man?
Because it means that I don't accidentally like stab myself on corks all the time because it's right there. That would just be
A
painful.
corkboard. Oh god.
Also, the cat will destroy the corkboard. Anyway, so yeah, we also have, if you want to support monthly, we've got, you can subscribe on Twitch, which allows you to have like a little badge and some emotes and stuff, and Moobot gives you the benefit of the doubt, which it probably should. We've also, I know some people don't like supporting monthly. Some people like supporting one-off, so they can be like, I want to control when I support, and that's fine. You can do that via tipping us. We have a tip thing if you still want to do that, or we have Twitch bits, which apparently you earn by also watching ads, which also supports us, I guess. So that works. I don't know much about Twitch bits.
Just go refresh some ads. Just refresh
we
the
ran
page over and
ads.
over and over again.
I don't think we run ads, do we?
No, we don't
We
run
run
them
ads in the
like
break?
they run automatically. We don't run them directly in the break.
Yeah, you can if you really want to do
Yeah,
that. You can be like, here's 5 minutes of staring at Coke ads. Yeah! I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
We just need to have like Splat's sultry voice in the break to make sure people don't leave. Just, you can just narrate something.
Yeah.
Let's
Hey,
get it
girl.
on.
I know you don't want to leave this stream right now. All right. Keeping it smooth.
Oh my lord.
People need like bio breaks in the middle of the stream. They'll be like, okay, I should go to the toilet. They're having a break. And they'll be like, I can't leave the chair. This is going to end badly.
Don't go anywhere, because EE's taking a little tinkle, but only for a minute. I'm sorry, EE's taking a massive thunderous piss. That last one didn't feel like it was really, it wasn't flattering.
That's the difference between
Just
casting
imagining
a
now
spell
that
level 1 and level 3.
the ad break would just be Splat singing "Oh Yeah" by Yellow just for the whole 5 minutes.
Impossible, because I don't know that song. I don't know that song.
What? How do you not? What the fuck? What?
I can fill in with
I
fill in
don't
with
know.
Rock and Roll Gangster. Rock and Roll Gangster.
Okay, Splat, have you seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
No.
I have many times.
Bow bow. Bow bow
Bow.
I've heard it.
Oh, okay. So it's like the Doug
Such a
music.
good
I got
song.
you.
Mm.
I cannot believe that you didn't recognize that song. That's
He
like,
knows it.
wow.
He's just being a dummy.
All about Doug. I was about that Doug
Ooh.
life when I was a kid.
Also,
Doug life.
I just remembered that I need to shout out. Thank you very much to Obsidian for allowing us to use the music from Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny in the background, which is perfect for D&D.
Indeed.
So, massive thank you to them if you haven't checked out their games. Considering you're watching an RPG
This music
show.
track, this one right now just chills me completely out. This is, I could never be in any kind of, I've listened to this soundtrack going to sleep too often for it to ever not instantly relax me.
Well, this
Is
is the
this
music
your-
when they have that narrator who's like, your caravan is moving through the rocky crag. And it's all like super calming. You're like, oh my God, this is awesome.
This is Encampment by Justin Bell, I think. Absolutely brilliant dude. Hit him up on Twitter and was like, hey, do you mind if we use your music, etc. And he's like, well, I have to talk to Obsidian. I was like, oh my God, they're going to shoot us down. They're a big company. They'll be like, oh, we want to control our rights. And they were like, yeah, sure, go ahead, have fun. So, like, massive props
So
to them.
thank you very, very much. This is awesome.
It is also really awesome music.
It
It
fits.
also helps that it came from an awesome gig.
We should occasionally bring back that techno track from Shadowrun, though. That was the best track we ever had. Someone was just like,
Every time you went into a disco, they always played the same song.
yeah, it was hype, though. It was a
the
good
only
song,
song.
man. It's just like the real radio. They only play the same 3 songs over and over again. Drake, check. Nicki Minaj, check. Lil Wayne, check. All right, let's just run them on repeat. Radio done. Easiest job on earth.
I think you're kind of listening to the wrong radio, maybe.
It's American radio.
I'm not even shitting you. That's 102.5 right here in the Bay. That's all you're going to hear is those 3 artists. Now I just listen to Pandora and like Spotify. I gave up. If Chris Brown's not in jail, they'll occasionally play one of his songs, I guess. So there's a 4th person in there.
Hey, Shen.
What?
I've been listening to Oh Yeah since we brought it up. I can't not listen to it. What's that
Good Lord.
invoked? You have to listen to it.
Bow,
Good
bow.
Lord.
Such
Well then.
a nice song.
In our previous episode, the party had just come across some disturbing information about a rather large canine that had been bothering people, which may or may not be real. Adborough seems to be of the opinion that a bunch of bumpkins out here have made it up and it's just something for them to worry about. However, they had been given a task to go talk to somebody named Mary Shelby about the issue. In addition, actually, I think that's about where we had left off. I think that's exactly where we are. So after you guys left Adborough's house, the door creaking quietly behind you as it closes, the 2 guards shuffling out of the way as the party leaves single file, what did you want to do?
What's the time at the moment? Because it was quite late when we were summoned.
You had
No, it
headed
was only
over
like
there.
5 p.m., wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was only about 5
Yeah,
p.m. or
so-
something. We thought it was late, and then Splat went, no, it's actually really kind of early. We were like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be day
Oh,
drinking.
right.
I'm gonna say that it's about 6:30, given the fact that you guys were haggling and outside discussing the terms of your employment and all that kind of stuff. I'll say it's about 6:30 in the evening right now.
Okay.
Well, if I remember correctly, there were some wonderful sea giants who owed us some drinks.
That is true. In
they
the
don't
previous
actually,
episode,
unfortunately, we drew, so they don't owe us drinks.
well, I think you were owed drinks because Dax dropped an absurd amount of money on the counter or something like that, and was just like, "Feed me drinks all night."
Yeah, me
or
and Mormon
something.
have like drinks all night coming, and I was like, also not the terrible stuff. So that's why I want to go back because I've already paid my tab.
Then that's where we should go.
I need
Okay.
to. Actually, I'll do this in character.
Right. Well, I definitely want to get my drink on. I've paid for my drinks. It's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to that. But I need to pop past the temple. I mean, it's a goblin thing. Do you know where the temple is around here?
Yes, as
Sure.
we mentioned earlier, we came from the temple before we met you in the inn.
We could see it on our way in.
You can see it now, and I point out the towering spires of the temple.
I'm
Hard
not
to
sure if he
miss.
can see it.
Tallest building.
I have to do it
in-
like that.
Oh,
Yeah, but he can't see it over all the people and all the little squatters' huts and everything.
I
Yeah,
see.
he's got that low perspective.
I apologize.
Short
little
people
goblin.
problems.
See, this is where you pick him up and just be so totally humiliating. Just be like, oh, see, there you go. You can see it now, right?
Oh,
It's very.
thank you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna go visit it. I've got things to do.
Well, perhaps we should go together. We have to meet with the leader of the temple.
Well, yeah. If we want to do that tonight, we can.
I see no reason to wait.
All right,
Might as well if we're going that way.
Okay.
onwards.
You set out towards the temple from the area where Adburow's home is at. You work your way through some of the little tent city area. You kind of wind around the edge of it because you're not feeling so solid about it. It seems like the kind of dingy place where people go missing. And so you keep heading across
Do you see
town.
many of the people with like dark reddish rings around their eyes and or maybe like black discharge?
Perception check. Ooh. All right.
We
Is
all
anybody
do it?
else going to do it? Or no, you can do it if you want to. A perception check is one of those things I call out. But at any time, you can be like, I just want a perception check while we walk across town, and I'll let you know what you notice.
Normally I
mean-
would, but I'm intent on the temple at the moment, so Dax is busy.
I'm
Sure,
short.
I'm
I can't
blind.
see anything.
With those rolls, you'd be lucky if you could even keep your eyes on the rest of us moving through this crowd.
I'm rubbing my eyes. There's something wrong right now.
Yeah, Mormon and Adavi, you are strangers in a strange land at the moment. You're just like soaking in the sights and really just trying to stay focused on the task at hand, which is maintaining this tiny little man in front of you, this tiny little green guy who just keeps scurrying off in front. You know, he's like a terrier. He just keeps getting off and like doing his own thing, and then he'll fall back, and then he keeps going back out. Meanwhile, Nasan, as you're walking around, you do get the general feeling that health is not really a public concern right now. And if people are concerned with it, they certainly don't seem to have any way to do anything about it. And so on occasion, as you're walking through these areas, you do see people kind of leaned up against tents or outside in front of cook fires, very much just looking like they're out of it. They look stunned. And yes, some of them do have red rings around their eyes. Some of them, the more serious cases, are lying on the side of the road, and they might be completely bandaged up had they seen a doctor or anything like that. If they didn't have the money and they're wearing like beggar's trappings, they've just got weeping sores along the sides of their eyes, and they've almost been swelled shut entirely. It's kind of like one of those, it's an allergy nightmare, essentially. It's what happens
Make a
when you
point
like...
that as we move past these people, I try not to be conspicuous about it. Certainly, my intention isn't to be unkindly, but I give Adavi a nudge. Dax is often a few too many paces ahead of me for me to be able to really interact with in any kind of inconspicuous way. But I definitely give Mormont a nudge or Adavi a nudge, or just nod my head and murmur signs of the plague.
What kind of plague is it? You've got more details than us.
Looking down, a little surprised. I seem taken aback that Dax even overheard me, but we didn't receive much in the way of information on the nature of the plague. Symptoms are lesions, boils, weeping, sores around the eyes, discharge, a brackish discharge from the eyes. It can be as subtle as a slightly more bags, like a sunken appearance, or it can be as gory as and I gesture to one of these people just kind of lying on the side of the road. Just almost looks like he's been in the war and has had his eyes gouged or something. But you can kind of just see this weepy sort of brackish discharge, just almost like mascara running down his cheeks. And he's just lying there with his eyes bandaged.
Splat, can I make a... I don't know what check it would be to determine if I know of this illness. Would it be a nature check, or would it be like an arcana or a I don't know, history?
Medicine, more than likely.
Medicine. Oh, yeah. Normal roll. 17.
Okay. Not too bad. Taking a look, you kind of steal a longer look at one of the victims that you're seeing, and he's laying kind of slack-jawed on the side of the road. And you notice that there are also blisters and issues inside of his mouth. That cross-reference with the fact of what you're seeing with his eyes makes you think that perhaps whatever it is attacking the soft tissues of whoever is infected with it. However, you don't think that you've ever seen anything like this before in the mainland. And all your time and the various shenanigans you've gotten yourself up to. You've been through cities, you've been through townships, places where these sorts of diseases tend to propagate. You don't think you've ever seen anything like it before.
Oh, I mean, I've been around a bit, but I haven't seen anything like this before. Looks like it's going after their, squidgy bits.
I wouldn't know myself. Beyond, I clearly don't want to... Well,
hopefully it stays
not
away
wanting
from our
to be
squidgy
unkindly.
bits.
Indeed. I don't want to have to linger in the city any longer than necessary.
Oh, look out for the cat.
Give EE a soundboard, I swear. So as you make your way across, is everybody happy with what they've done so far? Is there anything else anybody wants to add? Okay,
Not at the moment.
cool. Checks out of the way. It takes you about 10-15 minutes to work your way back across town, and by the time you get there, Nosan, you notice that the fog has become quite a bit thicker. It's an almost oppressive fog. A sort of cold humidity comes with it, which is very, very hard to describe. With the cold air around you, it gives your skin almost kind of like a minty feeling. Not so overbearing that it's obvious, but there's definitely... The fog is strange to you. That was piggybacking off of your previous perception check.
Can I tell which direction the fog is rolling in from?
From the
It appears
mountains.
to be. It appears to be with the score that you had. It appears to be rolling in from the north.
There's something fell on the wind tonight. This fog doesn't feel natural.
How so?
Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it on your skin? The thickness of it in your lungs?
Perhaps it's just a feature of the island. Strange weather around here, as we've seen.
Taking a deep breath and just reiterate. It's just fog, man. Calm down.
I give Adabia. I kind of stare at him askance. You can say that now, but when you're lying on the side of the road, your eyes bandaged up and blackish discharge, weeping out of open sores, I'll remind you that you said that.
You think the fog is causing this?
No, but it wouldn't be the first time that something unnatural rolled in on the wind.
I pull out some old rags or second change of clothes or whatever and tie it around my mouth so that I've got a little bit of a makeshift mask on.
And laugh at that. You've put a little bit of a fright in our small friend here.
It wasn't my intention. I don't know what it is. It feels wrong, though. Doesn't feel like any fog that... Well, I've spent many days and nights on the sea. I've known fog, but this feels... There's something else to it. There's a deeper chill. We should be on our way. Sooner we get in out of this, the better.
Well, that I can agree with.
And with that exchange, you arrive at the temple outside the carved stone steps, which go upwards. There's probably a set of 10 to 15 with them that allow you to raise altitude as you go inside. They've intentionally built this building tall, and the doorways have all been left very, very open, and they don't seem to seal in any way. In fact, the temple appears to be kind of an open-air deal. The large arched doorway in the front, it has no door on it. Whether or not this is to convince believers of the faith that they're always welcome, or for some other reason you're not entirely sure, perhaps it's just to cultivate kind of a threatening image, or to make people feel as though the religion is imposing or important. But as you make your way up the steps, you notice some of the small statues along the way. Those of you who are from the mainland, presumably all of you who have spent time in Graustein, you would see that they are in the style that's practiced there on the western edge of the continent. They're not too large or lavish. The ones that tend to be on the mainland are gilded and very much played up. They're gussied up quite a bit just to show off the power and prestige of the church. These ones seem as though they were carved by a skilled hand using what materials were available. The ones that are stone are largely outside, and then as you start to walk inside of the temple, the large archway looming over your head, you see that inside they've made do with wood. It's all been polished and carved, and it's obviously the work of a carpenter who knows what he's doing, but at the same time, this is not the standard for what you've seen on the mainland. It would be very, very much more opulent were you back across the ocean.
As we go in, Mormond has a good look at the statues and the archways and things. He's always interested in stonework.
Is the open entrance kind of thing just typical of these temples, especially to the Grey Lady?
No. You would know that most of these, they are run by the church, who is a powerful force on the mainland. Like, they run a lot of stuff, and in fact, most of the governments are intertwined in some way with the ecclesiarchy. But otherwise, normally, because they're maintained and they have a lot of valuable stuff inside, they are well guarded. They tend to have, minions of the state there, or I guess guardsmen and things like that watching the outside doors. They tend to have large, thick doors in the front. The windows tend to be well defended. And even though most people, due to superstition, would not ever entertain the thought of stealing from the church or anything of that sort, there's enough valuable stuff inside to where they build it intelligently. They're not looking to get robbed.
Okay. Sure. As I enter, I bow and I make some religious symbols with my hands.
Sure.
Is the fog coming into that open door?
The fog seems to hold sway at the front door, whether that's due to the fact that along the sides of the room they've got burning braziers, probably about 6 of them spaced evenly walking down the end to an altar. There are some pews and some random sitting surfaces like chairs up against the walls and whatnot. As of right now, you can hear the sound of coughing and illness as you walk in. If you guys want to go ahead and give me perception checks walking in, that'd be fine too.
I'll wrap this question up in the perception check then. I was going to say, do Davy and I see the person that we spoke with last night? Early this morning, actually.
You do not see Father Grigor in here right now. Okay.
Mormon and I seem to have cleared up our eyes.
Yeah, actually, I mean, everybody here, you see, you're inside of a building. What's essentially quite a large building. It runs for probably 40 or 50 feet in this main vestibule area that you're in. It is partitioned, so as you walk in, there's kind of a rectangular room with a second door that leads into the main area of the church. And looking through that second archway, you can see someone praying at an altar all the way at the end with their back to the door in a black robe with gold gilding along the edges, along with kind of red accents here and there. Aside from that, you can see a few people sitting in the pews making their nightly penance or whatever it is that they're doing. One of them appears to be wearing the uniform of a guard. Others are just wearing normal peasant clothing. Off to the right-hand side of the room, you see somebody wearing robes. Not the robes of the type that the person praying at the altar is wearing, however. These ones are much more garish and colorful. They're cut in tans and oranges and reds. The person that's kneeling over there is also wearing a lot of beaded work all over their person. So they've got kind of a beaded strap over one shoulder that goes along with the sash. Everything that they have appears to be decorated very, very garishly, but they're really not paying attention either. They appear to either be participating in some form of meditation, or they appear to be deep in prayer at the moment, having spread some kind of pillow out underneath their knees. And every little bit, they kind of go down, they bow, and then they come back up.
Is any of that typical to the Grey Lady, or is that a different god?
You would want to make a religion check if you're interested in that.
Strangely, I do not actually have religion.
Okay. You would know that it's not really customary. This is not the way that people worship where you are from. But much more than that, you couldn't say. You wouldn't be able to say the origin of it, but you know that it's definitely outside the ordinary.
Okay. do they have like little like candles and stuff that you light and then you go up and put one at the front, or do they do something else here?
No, they do not. Along the sides of the room, there are burning braziers. And aside from that, it's usually customary just to go up to the altar and to greet the Grey Lady in whatever way you would find. It's kind of like doing your prayer before supper, whatever. Everybody has their own way of doing it, and then you would just kind of find yourself a spot, and you would just make do with your prayers. Then you would just spend your time offering honor to the Grey Lady.
Okay, well, I turn to the group.
Well, do you want to get started finding whoever we're meant to be finding? I've got to take care of a few things.
All right.
Don't run off too far.
No, I'll just be up there.
I know.
All right, don't get into any trouble while you're over there.
No, not in this place.
Glance at Mormon.
With that, I carefully and slowly make my way down through the center, head bowed towards the altar. As I get to the altar, I take a deep bow. I touch the thick iron band on my left arm, murmur some words towards the Grey Lady, and take a seat down near the front, and bow my head deep in prayer.
Okay. As you do that, you step past the woman who appears to be maybe in her late middle 30s, with blonde hair that's slowly beginning to gray. Just in passing, she's up at the altar too, praying right there. You stole a look at her face on the way by, and she appears to have been very, very beautiful in her time, and indeed she still is, but small wrinkles and cracks have begun to form on her face. But other than that, you don't notice anything else.
Watching Dax go off, work his way up to the altar and kneel and pray, I turn my attention to Mormont. Your friend there. He didn't strike me as the religious type.
He has his more serious moments at times. Even in thieves, you can sometimes have
Thieves?
religion.
I cock a brow.
Well, I don't mean that he is one, but
Surely you don't.
he's a sneakier sort. But I doubt that would
sneaky
change
sort.
things.
I agree.
Are you sure you trust your friend?
Well, I'm still alive so far. I've known him for a bit.
At any rate, we should probably get to looking for... her name escapes me. Adavi, did you catch her name? You have a better memory for these things.
Didn't write it down. We are just the worst.
Her name was Mary Shelby, is who you were looking
Mary
for.
Shelby,
Mary
Temple in
Shelby.
charge, knows the Black Hound. She saw it and she's the best witness. That was out of character. I'm at the front.
I actually had it written down. I wrote it down. My character has not got a memory for names.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
didn't forget. I'm role-playing.
I won't hold you hostage there, Abak. Yes, her name was Mary Shelby.
Upon saying that, you see the figure who's kneeled at the altar up in front of you turn her head slightly, but then go back to her prayers.
Catch that?
Do we have to be noticed?
Only Mormond and Adavi would notice that one.
I'll tilt my head towards the lady at the altar. I believe she may know the person.
Is that how perception rolls work, though? Because isn't perception like an active roll? You're looking for something, and then outside of that moment, it stops being like an active perception roll.
Yeah, I tend to treat it sort of like... So I'm not a giant fan of the 5th edition passive versus active system, and so I tend to modify it a little bit where when you make an active roll, because people tend to do better on their active rolls than they do on their passive rolls. That's just, unless you're like one of those characters that's all kitted out to be passive, that's just the way it goes. And so normally what I do, just to explain my GM mentality here, is that when you make an active check, I usually let that last for like 5-10 minutes of in-game time so that, so it keeps me from having to be like perception check, or for you guys having to call it out. By all means, if you wanted to take another one, enough time has passed at this point since you walked inside the church.
I was
go
just
ahead,
wondering how passive and active we're going to be working here. So it's good to have gotten that cleared up there.
Alternatively, if you guys could give me your passive right now, that's the other reason I've been doing it this way, is because I just hadn't had time to write down your passive.
Mine is 12.
Mine is 15.
How do you see your passive?
15.
It's on your charisma below charisma. It's 10 plus your wisdom bonus.
Oh, is it the little oval below charisma?
Is it 8 plus your wisdom bonus plus your proficiency bonus, actually?
Yeah.
Oh, that's if you're proficient. Yeah, so it's 10 plus your wisdom plus your proficiency bonus. If you have proficiency in perception.
Basically,
Okay,
it's also
no.
filled out by your on your.
Oh, I got you. It's. I see it. I see it. It's 10.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Mormon, what you got for me?
11.
11. All right. So now that I got those written down, I can use the passive system. So for the people watching, the way the passive versus active system works is essentially if you don't want to be calling, so anytime the characters are doing something where they want to take 20 and just like investigate a situation, you would use their passive. Alternatively, anytime that they're not really paying attention, like they're kind of just walking through an area, if something happens and you want them to notice that, you would check and confer with their perception score. And if it beats the dice check that you've set for the action taking place, so let's say somebody tries to pickpocket you while you're walking through a dense crowd, your passive would dictate right there, because the players aren't really actively looking out for this happening unless they declare it. Once they declare it, it become an active check, but otherwise, it's kind of a murky line. There's all of one paragraph in the rulebook about how you differentiate, and so a lot of it comes down to GM discretion.
Oh, that's cool. Do Adavi or Mormont take note or respond in any way?
Respond to what? Sorry.
I think Adavi mentioned it to all of you.
The fact that she reacted
So we did
to
notice.
the name.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you said that Mormon and I noticed, then I'll mention it right away. I believe either she is Mary or she knows the name, but we should see if we can get her attention.
Her
Wow,
voice
she looks
echoes
like she's
across
in
the hall. She says, I'm
Prayer
Mary.
at the moment. Oh,
As she speaks, there is a strength in her voice, and the way that it echoes through the hall makes you all feel like you're in the middle of a tremendous amount of space for some reason. Just the echoing of it all makes you really aware of the emptiness of the place.
I'm going to walk towards her and try not to disturb too many people. And I'm going to kneel next to her and just ask her, can we speak with you privately for a minute?
She turns her head slightly, and she kind of changes her posture. Whereas she was slightly leaned forward with her hands on her knees, she slides her hands backwards and kind of sits up a little bit. She goes, yes, when I finished my prayers, if you'd like to wait by my office door. And she points off to her left, and you can see a door that's in the corner of the room over there off to the left-hand side of the altar and all the random, pour boxes and things that are behind that. You go to the left, and there's a door there in the corner.
I nod, and I say thank you, and get up, head towards the door.
Heading my way over there.
I'll follow.
Do I notice this, by the way, just to check if I remember where they're going?
I imagine you're literally.
I imagine it's
right
my
next to her.
passive minus 4, which is the average for disadvantage. So 8.
Yeah, you're up front. I mean, even taking scores out of consideration, you're sitting like in the front pew you specifically said, so you would probably hear this exchange.
Okay. I don't do anything about it. I just want to make sure I know where they are for when I go looking later.
She continues to pray, and then after a moment, she stands up and addresses the rest of the people there. She says, I'll be available for blessings from the Grey Lady. Amaleth knows that in times like these, I'm more than willing to give you all counsel and also speak with you about whatever troubles may be crossing your mind. Given the quarantine, we must all band together in this and know that the Grey Lady's gaze is watching us, even though it feels as though we may be being ignored at the moment. And she stands there for a moment, looks around. One person, the guardsman from earlier, shuffles up to the front. And he kneels, and she puts her hand on his head, and she says, the Grey Lady's embrace is with you. And then he walks away. You notice on his face that walking up, he seemed to suffer from some trepidity about going up there. But now that he's walking away, he seems slightly more relaxed. Whether or not she actually did anything or not, you can't really tell.
Okay.
But
seeing this, I get up from being in the pew at the front, and I move in. Is it like a queue or something, or is that just the one person?
just the one person went up. She's standing up the stairs now in front of the altar, just kind of waiting. and looking down on the rest of the congregation of the church.
Thank you. May the Grey Lady protect us all. But I do wonder how, in times like this, it can be tough to maintain one's faith.
She looks at you thoughtfully, and then she whispers, well, the absence of aid is sometimes a tool to strengthen us. There are times when the gods will leave us to our own devices for some time in order to test our resolve and see if we are strong enough to persevere without losing the faith. Keep that in mind as you go about your business. They still watch, and they still wait to see what your reaction will be to times such as these.
Thank you.
And I kneel in front of her.
Okay, she places her hand on your head and says, the Grey Lady's embrace is with you. And then removes her hand.
Does my armlet do anything?
Your armlet?
My technically a divine spellcasting focus on my arm.
No, you don't notice any difference or any change from the blessing that she just gave you.
Sure. Okay. Is there a donation bowl nearby?
There is. There's a pour box in front of the altar. Actually, slightly off to the left behind one of the candelabras.
Sure. I'll go there and chuck some souls in.
Sure. She hears the coins clink down and turns and offers you a slight bow and kind of mouths, thank you.
I shake my head.
No thanks needed.
You wait by the door for several more minutes, and nobody else really seems like they're going to come up to the front. She doesn't seem distraught about this fact. She just keeps that same serene look on her face the whole time. She's made the offer known, and if it's rejected or if anyone doesn't feel comfortable, she seems perfectly fine with that. She then kind of stands up straight and announces, I'll be available for more blessings later in the evening. You all know where to find me. I'll be in my office for a short time. And she excuses herself from in front of the altar and walks over to the door. She reaches into her robes and produces a long key of the old style, kind of one of those skeleton keys that looks like it's made from wrought iron or something of that kind, and presses it into the large lock on the old oaken door, and it slides inwards. A long creak disturbs the silence of the room, but nobody seems to turn or take note.
As she's heading, or rather, as she addresses the congregation, makes it known that she's going to be in her office. Over the last few minutes while she's been there, can I roll perception to see if I can gauge the sort of wealth accrued in the coin donation bowls and things like that?
It's actually a box, so it's a pour box. If you've ever seen
it's a pour box, is it?
Yeah, it's a pour box with a slot in the top. So unless you walked over and tried to peer down into it, it probably wouldn't work out so great.
Oh, that's fine.
You can see, though, that the pour box is moved. It's actually on legs that are not affixed to the altar. And given the awkward position of the pour box behind one of the candelabras, you assume that at some point they take that out during the sermon and they put it in front of the altar for people to come up and, give whatever it is that they wanted to give to the church. And then it's replaced back there, maybe to keep it out of sight, perhaps. Maybe to keep thoughts of greed and avarice out of people's minds. Who knows?
Not working.
I'm a pirate.
Couldn't he at least hear the sounds that the coins made as they tinked in and be like, that's about 3/4 full in there.
There are coins in there. They tinked off of other coins. They didn't hit the bottom and go thunk, 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 thunk on wood.
Just in case. Come on,
right.
Perception. Piratey perception, yar.
Yar.
21.
Okay. Can I insight check him to notice him looking avaricously at the coin box?
You don't know that it's avarice.
That's why there's an
Absolutely,
insight check.
No, that's what I mean. You don't know. I will always see that it's avarice.
Nasan,
All I've said is that I'm trying to work it out.
Nasan, make me a stealth check to kind of hide that gaze.
I thought I was listening.
You are listening, but I got to come up with something here to let you shield yourself from the
cock your head
insight
to the
check.
side and focusing on it, or whatever it is.
Yeah. I'll let you use either. You can do like a deception check,
26.
or you can do a.
Damn.
I didn't catch it.
So you've got a 26. From the perception check, the first one, Nasan, you definitely heard the coins hit other coins in there, and you heard something slide around. So there are coins inside of there, although of what denomination or what size you're not really sure. But there's at least like a nice layer at the bottom of the box.
A nice layer. Okay.
Yeah. Dax, you are not so sure about this guy, but you don't see him do anything. You don't see him do anything. He apparently did it out of the corner of his eye. He was using that peripheral vision or
It's okay.
something like
I
that.
have no idea what just
hearing.
happened. I'm putting it out of my mind.
Yeah. You don't notice anything, though.
I'm just standing still, waiting patiently.
As she walks by, she opens the door and it creaks open inwards. And you can see an office that's probably about a 10 by 10 with a red rug on the floor that's got a kind of an intricate pattern of leafing and things going on across it. At the end, there's another oak desk. You get the feeling that there may have been oak trees around here at some point when these places were built. And then in the back, you can see several bookcases with all kinds of random tomes and bits of scroll work and whatnot. Bits of scribe work laying around. It's not particularly organized, but it's not dirty either. There's just things laying around from the general hubbub of day-to-day work. Aside from that, along the sides of the walls, you can see that there are 2 windows that look to the outside off of this office. So the office must be some kind of small exterior protrusion from the main hall of the church. As she motions for you all to walk in.
Where does the window look?
One of the windows actually looks into a small garden. The left window, when you look out of it, it's actually enclosed, and there's a slat in the window where it appears as though you can take a can or a watering device of some kind to water several bushes and plants that are in between. It's kind of a little rectangular area that's completely enclosed by the rest of the church. Out of the right-hand side of the window, you can actually see the palisade wall directly behind it. Looks like there's a 10-foot, maybe 8-foot walkway covered in grass and mud and whatnot behind the church. But you can see the actual wooden palisade wall right there.
Okay, well, I'm going to wait for everyone to get in. I'm just going to say thank you so much for seeing us. My name is Adavi, and my friends and I here are tasked to try to help out with the current disease or whatever it is that's plaguing the town here. And I'm told that you have some insight that might help us.
She doesn't look suspicious, but it looks like she does this very matter-of-factly when she says it. She goes, "Oh, and who's tasked you with this?"
We've been employed by the guard. They've been short on men recently, what with the quarantine.
She takes that information in and nods, and she gives you a slight smile. And she says, "Okay, step on in. Have you spoken with Addie yet?" Lieutenant Adborough. I'm sorry. Lieutenant Adborough and I, we've served for a long time in the Scions together. Familiarity and all that. He doesn't particularly like it when I call him Addie, but he says it undermines his air of authority with the people. But I can never see him as anyone different than when we served in the north on the mainland. We met when we were young.
I get a broad smile at that and I go, "Yes, we've met with Addie."
She sees the laugh, and you see a look cross her face like she's like, maybe they're going to say something, but I guess I'll take my chances. What's done is done. As you file into the room, she walks around behind you and sits around opposite at the desk and motions for you to take a seat. There are several stools and things inside the room lined up along the walls near the windows.
I move over to one of the stools, draw it out a little bit, and seat myself. Seem a little bit awkward. I'm shifting my shoulders a lot, as if I can't quite find a position which is comfortable for myself. I keep kind of moving my robes around a little bit. If I catch her attention when I do that, I shake my head and sorry. It was a long journey. But yes,
by all means.
We spoke with the guard in regards to, well, to put it simply, the fact that we recently arrived at the docks. My traveling companions and I, apparently caught their eye as we are armed, and they took that to mean that we knew something about taking care of ourselves, that we could perhaps help to bolster the waning manpower, given the situation.
She motions to you at your robes, and she goes, "Are you of a monastic tradition? You don't strike me as being one of the Northwest, but your garb, where are you from? Did you arrive today?"
Yes, my friend here and I gestured to Adavi, we hail from Myanmar.
The horse folk, yes. I've never been down that way. It must have been quite a long journey indeed. Just making it across the mainland to leave port for the for the Vagrant Isle must have been very difficult.
I seem a little taken aback by the sort of conversational tone that the discussion has taken, but at the same time, sort of happy with it. You know, it seems like a pleasant sort of thing to talk about, given how grim everything has been since we've arrived. Yes, actually, there was a lot of time, a lot of opportunity for reflection on the journey. Adavi and myself are on a pilgrimage to one of the cloisters that our brothers have been attempting to set up here on the Vagrant Isles.
I see. Well, it's unfortunate. I will pray for you that you're able to get out of the quarantine in one piece. It's unfortunate that you've come here with important duties that you're not able to see to. I understand what it feels like to have duties that are somewhat out of your reach. And you two, she looks at Dax especially. It's not very often we see goblins arrive here at port. Frankly, we haven't seen a ship in quite some time, a very long time indeed. You'll forgive me, but where did you come from?
Round and about. I mean, Mormon Stoneweaver here knows more than me. He's the leader of our auspicious band.
I'm definitely shifting towards him. I haven't even sat down. I'm like kind of straight back, a little bit awkward in such a formal setting.
You're
I
not gonna have to do
visibly
a
cock a
deception.
brow at the mention of Mormon being the leader of the auspicious band. It's like, and a bit of a grin plays across the corner of my lips.
She looks at you, and she can
19.
tell that you definitely are... Oh, you don't even have to roll it.
Okay.
And the reason you don't have to roll it is because she looks at you for a moment, but then she just sort of accepts your story. You get the feeling that she was just making pleasant conversation and didn't want to bring up anything that would make anyone uncomfortable. She's just making the conversation that a host would make. And then she turns to Mormon.
I raise a bit of a brow myself for a second, and then cut in. We journeyed from the mountains of Graustein.
Ah. Were you far up in the mountains, or were you more towards the capital?
I was quite far north, yes. From... I don't know where I was from, but I forgot. I'm from Brushold.
There you go. Ah, so
The
from
dwarf that
Brushold.
doesn't know his home mountains.
This is the problem when you make
beard.
when you make a
Nobody
custom
have no
setting.
beard. Disgusting.
Brushold. And how are things the last time you were there? It's been some time since I've seen my home country. I'm from Havis, but from time to time I was able to travel. You see, I've been with the Guard in various military capacities for quite some time. The stationing here was actually a bit of a surprise to me. They sent me over with Addie's men to be somewhat of a magical council, I suppose. I served in the north as a war mage for quite some time. It's not necessarily my expertise, but they gave me control of the church here. And so I've been doing my best. I've never been particularly religious, but as the only one with any sort of arcane or historical experience, here I am. And she shrugs slightly.
I slink towards the back of the room.
Well, I'm glad that you made the journey.
Yes,
I'm glad that I at least had the choice of coming here rather than just being told to.
Well, I had the choice of coming to the Vagrant Isle, but once I joined up with the Scions, as with all things military, you lose a bit of control with a bit of an exchange with regards to rigidity and formality and a schedule. And so I like the consistency of it all, but you don't get much of a say about where you go.
Watching Dax seem to slink back, my expression sort of moves from, kind of curious but amused at his words to kind of a flicker of concern, actually, seeing him, because he seems, well, perhaps uneasy. Can I roll an insight on that?
Sure. Dax, give me a stealth to try to hide the fact that you're slinking towards the back of the room.
Okay.
That was a very low roll. Egad.
But you've got such a big bonus that it's like,
Yeah.
oh, You see him slink towards the back of the room, and you definitely note marked concern creeping across his face, even though he's trying to conceal it and doing a reasonable job of it. But as he kind of slides backwards towards the door, you maybe think that something has been brought up in this conversation that he wants no part of, or perhaps at least doesn't want questioned.
Seeing that, I look back to our host. I am terribly sorry to press upon you, but obviously the matter at hand is rather urgent, and I'm eager to help the guard in any way we can, as swiftly as we can, as that will in turn perhaps facilitate our passing on from this city.
Of course.
Beyond the quarantine.
You'll forgive me. I've always been a bit of a people person. I enjoy conversation, and we so rarely get new people in this village. It's just the endless line of the same people you already know. And so when given the opportunity to meet someone from the homeland, I apologize. What did you need to know?
I looked to Adavi. Well, we were tasked with, truth be told, the plague is a secondary concern. It seems that at the moment we've been asked about a black dog, a black hound.
She cuts you off with a smile. The Black Hound, yes. Quite the curious situation that we find ourselves in with regards to the Black Hound. I'm not entirely sure. What have you heard so far? And maybe I can fill in the gaps.
Well, very little. To truth be told, the beyond the clear superstition with which some of the guardsmen hold this topic, the lieutenant was not quite certain that such a creature existed, and if it did, gave little thought to it. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary that we look into it at the very least.
I'm going to cut in and just say that his guardsmen were incredibly afraid of it. Just the mention of it, and they were terrified.
She nods, and she goes, Addy is a bit of a cynic and a skeptic. He spent far too much time on the battlefield and the old world to really change the way he views things. You know the old saying, when you are a hammer, all you see is nails. However, this is a township which is large enough for talk to circulate, and yet small enough for superstition to supersede the logic of the smaller minds. And so I don't really know what to say in that regard. I've talked with many people. I've taken prayers and blessings from people who are terrified of it, who swear that they've seen it outside the walls. What I've noticed is it tends to be from the northwest fields is where they see it outside of town. I myself have not seen the Hound. However, they seem sincere enough whenever they talk about it. Doesn't have the normal smacking of, you know how people are. They look for an excuse for the bad things that are happening. And it doesn't sound like they're building an excuse. Instead, it sounds sincere to me. I've done a little bit of research, and given the things that are going wrong between the plague, the Black Hound, whatever this fog is, it's never been here before. I've done a little bit of reading, and she shuffles around. She turns around, stands up from her desk, and starts shuffling around the bookcase behind you. And she plops it down.
She turned away from us for a moment when she does
yes.
that. When she does that, I actually chance a proper gaze towards Dax. And if I catch his attention, I kind of mouth, "Are you okay?"
I'm gonna go get some air. Have a look around. All these candle fumes, wax, really plays with my lungs.
And I step out the door.
She sees this, and it seems like she's about to, offer some condolence but you've already slipped out the door, and she seems to accept it. She turns to the rest of the group and says, "Is your friend all right? Does he normally just slip out like that?"
To Mormont, I just kind of raise my brows as if to invite his input.
I'm sure he's fine. He'll not wander far, at least.
Certainly.
When we were coming to the temple, there was a thick fog. Perhaps it played on his lungs.
Yes, the fog is a reasonably new addition. I mean, it's a seaside town. You know how it is. There's always a slight fog. But this fog feels much more thick to me. It feels slightly off. As I've mentioned, I was a war mage for quite some time. In fact, with Addie's detachment for a long time. That's how we became so familiar with one another. We've known each other for many years. I've acted as counsel for all things magical with him whenever we would go to battle or wherever else. It seems odd to me, but we frankly haven't had the time with the population acting in the way that they are to really formally probe the issue. She plops a large red book down on the desk, and Nusson, you would notice that along the back of the binding, it appears to be a book about the title itself. It says Spirits and Spirifery, but it says it in an old-time font, which appears to be quite antiquated. This is not the sort of writing that is from the modern age, really. This seems to be from some time, like maybe this book has been in her family, or maybe she's had it around for a while. As she starts turning through pages and going through, she says, I'm not really sure what to think. I've got a few sections here. I can take some time out right now to read through. There were some things that piqued my interest the last time I read through, and I can offer you my advice, but frankly, I don't want this to be a lost cause. If you could please, in some way, go to the northwestern fields, see what you see, stay out there for a little bit. I'll take some time and read this while you're out there. Let me know if you see anything. If there's nothing out there, I'll still read through because I appreciate you going through the effort. But honestly, I'm not sure what to think, and it would be good to have trustworthy eyes on rather than the babbling of people who are really overworked, overstressed, and overtired.
I nod my head at this, and I move to stand from the stool. Of course, however we can help, we are at your service.
Sure. I've got time right now. Let me know. Come back in a few hours. Just walk the walls, perhaps, of the city and see what happens out there. And if you don't see anything, that's fine. If you do, then it'll ease my mind. But I don't get outside of the church much, and it's hard to take these things seriously. So I understand where Addie's coming from, but people do seem concerned. So I think I've got a few leads, but this is one of those things that I can tell that perhaps you need some selling on it as well.
I grin a little bit at that, but don't so much say anything as much as I give her a kind of a knowing nod. And then I look to Adavi and Mormont in turn, and provided that neither of them move to stay or say anything else, I turn to leave.
Push to stand up. I tell her, well, thank you for your time. We'll see you in a few hours.
And with that, you stand up. She remains seated, but she offers you a nod. And then she actually seems pretty excited about this fact. She starts looking down at the book and reaching over for a quill and kind of flipping through pages and trying to find the spots that she has marked. As you exit, the door closes behind you to that scene. Back inside the church. I'll give a nod back
as I go.
Okay. Back inside the church now, what did you want to do? Also, where are you at, Dax? What are you up to right now?
Well, I didn't know they were going to be that short time. So, unfortunately, I've gone looking for a couple of bits of equipment, just really simple bits of equipment that I don't even want to haggle the price on.
Sure.
A shield and basic parchment, quill, ink, and stuff, which is a forgery kit.
Sure. As you look around... Let me go ahead and get I've got my little thingamadoobie with all my prices on it.
Have we seen like a shopping area in this town yet?
By default. I mean, we walked through it a little while the other day, so yeah.
Yeah, we walked through the markets, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the market is actually on the western edge of like the entire little tent city thing that's been set up on the inside. It's a fenced off area with just it's almost like a cattle fence, really, or like a fence for sheep with a small gate on either end where a guard stands inside of a little booth and whatnot, maintaining a careful watch over the area. Although if it's particularly busy, you can't imagine that they're going to be doing a particularly at going through. Sure, nothing happens, but they're there. They're making their presence known.
We're losing you a little bit there on Skype.
Yeah, I don't care about the forger kit. I can't quite afford it. Just the shield.
Okay.
I'll have to get
the shield. Yeah. You quickly find a merchant who appears to be some kind of carpenter or perhaps some kind of second-hand vendor. There's a lot of knickknacks and random wood-related stuff lying around in his tiny little stall.
sturdy, light metal buckler?
No metal bucklers, but there is a wooden one with a metal cap in the center.
Does he know where they've got a metal buckler?
Someday.
Seeing that you're particularly interested in getting yourself a metal buckler, he itches his head for a minute and he says, to the north side of town, there's an old dwarf lives up there, does some blacksmithing for the area, although lately he's had issues with his iron supply. He may have something laying around for you.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
And I tip him some copper.
Sure. He takes it and smiles and he says, Amaleth, go with you.
Great lady with
the
you,
rest
sir.
of the group, walking out of the temple, do you want to go look for Dax, or what do you want to do right now while he's doing this?
Well, seeing that Dax isn't outside, I turn to Mormont. Is he going to wander far, you said? I mean, unless we missed him hiding underneath one of the pews in the main area of the temple, I would say he's wandered far.
I did mostly say that for our friend's benefit. I'm sure he'll turn up, though. He always does in the end.
Should we be on our way, or should we wait for him at the bar, at the tavern?
Well, therein is the question, Adavi. Look, Mormont, Adavi and I have been traveling together for quite some time, and it's clear enough that you and Dax have been doing the same. Well, certainly we've told stories on the ship. How well do you know Dax? How long have you been traveling together? In
I presume
capacity?
I presume at this point we're walking somewhere towards the tavern or something, not just standing outside loitering.
Is that okay with everybody? Do you want
to the tavern? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
If Adavi starts wandering in that direction, I'd pick up the pace and continue talking.
I think with my deli, I'm sorry.
Yeah, as you start to walk towards the tavern,
it's quite big. It's bigger than your brain.
You hear a deep voice from behind you say, "Pardon me." You there, in the robes.
I was just opening my mouth to answer them, but then I turn and
I turn, and I imagine Adavi turns as well.
That's true. You do have a lot of robed people. My apologies. In front of you, you see a rather large man with very dark skin, probably about the color of coffee if you had no creamer or anything else to it, a strong jawline and a large beard. His head is completely and totally shaved. He's wearing the robes. You'll notice this is the man who was praying inside. Under his arm, he's got folded the pillow that he was previously kneeling on and praying. And his arms sticking out of his tunic, they're tattooed all the way down with all kinds of random symbols. Does anybody have experience? What language experiences does everybody have?
Common
language?
Myanmar.
Okay.
Myanmar, thieves' cant, common.
Common and Dwarvish.
Okay, so none of you can actually make out what the markings are or anything like that, but he is wearing a big old grin on his face, and he appears to be interested in speaking with you. He extends the hand out that's not holding the bedroll, and when he extends his hand, you can tell that this is a muscled individual, and not kind of like in a bodybuilder type way either. Like he's very, very strong, but at the same time, he's lithe and he's kind of toned and almost a bit thin from the sheer volume of muscle that he's got on him. Like the presence of his muscle almost appears to be crushing his frame a little bit. And so he's got kind of like a Bruce Lee with a little bit of extra muscle type physique going on.
I'll
greetings.
take his hand.
Taking his hand, he's got a very firm handshake. Like this is a crushing handshake almost.
I'll put my other hand over the clasp and I'll say, "You have a mighty shake there, friend."
Yes, the side effect of many travels. He turns to Noson. Yes, I could not help but notice your robes. Do you mind if I inquire as to where you are from?
Certainly, I hail from Myanmar, as in fact does my companion here.
And you from a monastic order there?
Yes, I am. You have me at a loss. My name is Noson, and yours? And I reach out to shake his hand in turn.
He reaches out, and he gives you the same handshake that he just gave to Adavi. And the impression of that handshake that you get is this is a very strong person. My name is Ibn Turab. I come from Turab itself. The people around here, my name is actually quite a bit longer, but the people around here don't seem to have the sense for it, so they just call me Ibn Turab. because that is where I am from, and I'm a bit of a standout here. Over the time that I have spent, I too, he motions to his robes. I too am from the Western monastic order in Turab. You said you are from
Myanmar.
one of the Eastern Brotherhood.
Yes.
I've never had the chance to meet one of you.
Grinning, I clearly kind of slipping into, again, a sort of conversational temperament. No, I can't say that I've spent much time in Turab myself, but it's, well, I catch myself. I would say it's pleasant to meet you, but given the circumstances in this city at the moment, I imagine you're in much the same situation as we.
No. Woodley is my home. I have lived here for a great amount, probably 15, 20 years now. I have been here for quite some time. I find it to be peaceful, although I will agree with you that the people seem to be losing a bit of they seem to be losing that spunk that they once had. That light in their eyes appears to be gone in light of the strange circumstances. Still, for the vagrant isle, it is not the strangest thing I have ever seen.
I grin at that. No, I imagine not. I've not heard many stories, but the stories I have heard tend to be on the more fantastic side. But you mentioned that you've been here for several years. Would that be to say that you were here before the plague, before the strange fog, before the rather dire turn of circumstances?
Yes. I do not know what you know about Western monastic orders, but Turavi monks, we act in some ways as adjudicators for the people. We walk among the land and we take our fee for being a judge, acting as an impartial party between people, and also acting in defense of people whenever is necessary. I traveled to Vagrant Isle for quite some time, but I chose Woodley to settle. I've always liked this place. When the sun shines and the croftwood sways in the breeze, it makes my meditation quite a bit easier.
Yes, I imagine so.
He motions to the north. I live in the Northfeld with my wife, Asha.
Well, as it happens, we've been tasked with investigating to the north. You said the Northveld.
Yes.
How far away is that?
Oh, a bit of a walk. I will be on my way shortly. It will probably take me, he looks to the sky to kind of judge the time. Like, well, suffice it to say, given this fog, it will more than likely be dark by the time I make my way home. I am sure to receive chastisement. But,
my grin spreads at that. There's a bit of a chuckle. Not so much coming out of my lips, but it's definitely in my face. But it bleeds away after a moment. I'm sorry to ask, but we've been told to inquire over a certain... Well, tell me, have you happened to hear anything about a black hound?
He smiles. There are many things being said right now. However, I will tell you this. Cynicism and skepticism do not work so well on the Vagrant Isle. I have been here for a very long time, and I have traveled from corner to corner. And in that time, I would say to err on the side of belief when it comes to rumor and superstition. No doubt you have noticed he points out a house off to the side. And you notice that you see over there, those are called the Inky. And he motions to a house, a residential house off to the side, a wooden house. And you see that from the front doorstep of the house, the stoop, there's a strand hanging of rope. And on it, there's these carved figures of an owl's face. Kind of a cylinder carved in the shape of an owl, but with a single eye in the center. I do not know how long you have been here on the Vagrant Isle. However, superstitions here have the tendency to be true. On the mainland, it is very different. We have tamed that continent, and there's nothing left that we fear from corner to corner. Here, things are not the same. I would urge you to keep your eyes and ears open, and perhaps, like our poor lieutenant, maybe allow yourself to believe every now and again.
I grin a little bit at that. You're familiar with the lieutenant, then?
I am indeed an old friend.
Very well. I will certainly take your advice to heart. Thank you. Thank you very much, in fact. We are not long off the ship just this morning, so to say that we are unfamiliar with our surroundings at the moment would be
A slight
an
understatement.
Of course. I was once new to these lands as well. Should you ever require counsel or anything of the kind, it is my place as a Turabi monk to assist you. You will find me in the Northfell. Ask any of the farmers out there, and they should be able to find you and point you in the proper direction very, very easily.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We may well have a cause to seek out your counsel in the future. But I wouldn't want to keep you any longer, lest your wife grow ever more wrathful at your return.
Of course. Given my adventuresome spirit, since we were married, she tends to worry. I try to tell her that I no longer have that wanderlust. I only wish the simple life, but old perceptions die hard, I suppose. And he bows and he says, "May Amala always keep the wind at your back, my new friend." And he offers you a bow and walks away. As he turns, Nusan, you notice that around his neck is a thick gold cord that sways slightly out of his robes, and at the bottom there appears to be, you just catch a glimpse of a glass orb, perhaps, or maybe not, as he walks away past you.
Okay. And this had already happened as he was turning. There's no point in me trying to roll perception to see if I could catch any more details.
Oh, you can if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah. $25. Natural 20, in fact.
Not bad at all. For some reason, this really catches your attention as he walks by. It swings from the inside, and while you're having the conversation, you didn't notice it because it was completely and totally concealed. But as it swings outward, you see that the cord is a very thick gauge of what you presume to be gold. You've spent some time in the past looking at gold and enjoying gold and that sort of thing, and it's been woven intricately. You can tell that the craftsmanship of this item is very, very top tier, not necessarily something you would expect a monk to have. And as the strands of the gold weave intricately and braid around one another, you almost make out a little bit of writing on some of the wiring as well, as it tapers down towards the bottom, where a ring in the shape of two hands like this acts as the circle from which a pendant is hanging beneath from yet another gold ring, which is attached to, as I said earlier, out of character, it would look something like a very, very small glass Christmas ornament with nothing inside of it, just clear glass.
Okay, I take note of that and kind of cock my head a little bit to the side, but I say nothing. I'll allow our friend to walk on before turning back to Adavi and Mormond. Well, if nothing else, I will say that the people of this town are welcoming. They seem a friendly
Very
sort.
much so. That's a nice change.
Yes, it is a nice change considering some of the
Dax,
company
by
that
this
we've
point,
been forced to keep.
Have you started to head back? Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but Dax, have you headed back yet?
I was popping up to the north bit. I didn't know how far away that was.
Sure. Go ahead and finish the conversation here. No, son, that's fine. I just wanted to check on Dax.
No, that's fine. Though I imagine, we were all stopped whilst we were talking with what was it? Ibn Turab?
Yeah, Ibn Turab.
How should I spell that? Just so I can have a better idea of how to pronounce it.
It's IBN-TURAB.
Okay, thank you very much. So in the kind of pause once they leave, I actually look over again to the little house with those ornaments that he drew our attention to. Does it look like this place sells them, or is it just a house that has them hanging from the
As
front?
you look around, if you wanted to make a perception check, you can, or I can just give you your passive. It's up to you.
I'll roll perception.
Sure.
I'll try anyway. 13. It's lower than my passive.
Oh, it was on a 20 for me. I was like, man, you critted twice in a row. I was about to get all excited. So with a 13, they look as though they're hand-whittled by someone. And as you look up and down the street, you start to notice that like almost every single house has them hanging from the eaves. Not all of them. Some of them have more than one. Some of them have them just constantly just dotted across the eaves. Others just have one or two. Some of them have them hanging from the door jamb. Some of them have them hanging from the overhang in front of the door.
And how do you spell the name?
They're the Inky. The I-N-K-I.
Oh, just literally like ink. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, given you mentioned something about superstition, he drew our attention to those inky specifically. I hadn't noticed it before, but it looks like everywhere's got them. Perhaps some sort of ward, some protection, a charm. Or...
Now that you mention it, I'm seeing him too.
Did you want to detect magic? Or if you just wanted to investigate, you could do an Arcana check. If you didn't want to use a spell slot. I don't know if you have detect magic as a spell slot.
Oh, I do, yeah. How do you actually do that? Just click on it?
Yep.
I could try an Arcana check on them.
Sure.
$19.
Wow.
Not a bad roll.
Not a bad roll at all.
So Adabi cast Detect Magic, and Mormon simply thought really hard.
Yeah. So Mormon, we'll start with you. Being that your family is they're established craftsmen, they are used to taking a raw object and turning it into something that is not only usable but also very, very fine as well as usable. Essentially, they create artisan work. You take a look at it and you get the feeling that this was not made by practiced hands. This appears to be kind of the idle work of perhaps like a farmer or somebody with just a blade. Looking at it, you seem to recall totems and things like these being used ceremonially by your people, being used as kind of like when you've got the eave out in front of a home, perhaps like a dwarvish home, there would be pillars that go up from the ground in order to keep that suspended. You recall from your homeland that indeed people do carve things and histories of families and little protections and things like that into the sides of it if they're especially more superstitious. And having known that, you get the feeling that they're probably mundane. They're probably an object of superstition more than anything else. Adavi, as you take a look at them, you reach out with your mind and you start to focus on the immaterial realm and kind of the energies that flow around and swirl. And you don't see any radiance around the outside of the object. Whereas normally, if you were looking at a magical object, it would have a slight tinge of light around it if it was only slightly magical, or a warm glow if it was very magical. It just continues to sway in the breeze. You don't see anything appear to your eye.
I step to the side, allowing the cart to pass.
Every single village and town track has a cart in it. I'm just like, why? They're great apart from the cart.
I mean, to be fair, at this time, carts are going to be in every village. Let's be honest. There's always going to be someone, clippity-cloppeting
They could
around.
be a little bit quieter though. Turn them down 6 decibels.
Well, to be fair, carts are loud.
As soon as we get into the fields out there, the cart's going to be quieter, but they're going to be a lot stinkier.
So looking at the I don't know, idols or whatever you'd call them. It seems like it's some sort of ward, I guess, perhaps for the disease. It looks like each one is made by the individual using it.
Oh, I see.
Did you walk up and actually touch it? Like, did you want to actually walk up and look at it or anything like that? Or are you just looking at it from a distance?
If we're quite close, I might wander over and get a closer look.
Okay. You don't notice anything in particular while you're looking closer, but through the window of the house, you hear an older voice say, "Looking at the inky, eh?"
Oh, yeah, I'm new here. I don't particularly recognize this particular design.
I follow behind Mormon, seeing that he's actually starting to get into a conversation with one of the locals, and just kind of walk up nearer behind him.
An old man slides open the door with a creak, and he points at the inky. Not necessarily a ward for anything in particular. However, it keeps the Howpack happy.
The what?
You're seeing your confusion written across your face. The Howpack. Not from around here, are you?
No, we just sailed in this morning.
Filthy little creatures, the Howpack. He looks over his shoulder and he spits, weirdly enough, into his house. But it seems like when he brings it up, he's supposed to spit over his shoulder or something along those lines. Howpack little creatures. If you treat them kindly, he opens the door wider so that you can see inside. And there's like a small little wooden altar that he's stacked up food on. And you can see that there's a bite out of some of it. Howpack little devilish creatures. They live all over the Vagrant Isle. Don't look at them, though. I can't express that. If you see one out of the corner of your eye, do not look in its eye. Not at all. You need to learn that lesson very, very quickly. They become very, very unpleasant if you look directly at them. But if you keep your attention off of them, and you keep your inkies well polished and well maintained in your altar, they can be helpful little things. Sometimes when you awake, they will have rearranged objects in your house in a more aesthetic fashion, make things look nicer, perhaps tidied up a little bit.
There's a similar creatures known in the lands that I hail from, Myanmar, the Tiwi, small creatures that not quite as cantankerous as these Howpack. Is that the name?
Yes, the Howpack, indeed. They look like little furry, like little balls of fur, and they conceal their legs inside, and then they stand up and they propel themselves on the two little legs. No arms, though. Curious how they rearrange things with no arms.
The Tiwi are, well, for lack of a better word, small people. Very small, though. Generally friendly spirits. Don't like having their parade impeded. Should leave the doors open such that they can cross from one side of the house to the other. If they come across it and no door or window is set ajar for them, then they can become, a little bit more of a nuisance. But provided you give them free passage through your home, maybe even set out a bowl of milk, they are known to leave gifts.
He smiled. Curious. Interesting things from the mainland. I've been so far detached that, frankly, I can tell you little things about the Vagrant Isle, but my family came here at the beginning, so I've never seen the mainland.
How do you fashion one of these, Inky? Is there a particular art to it?
Oh, technically, you're supposed to make them yourself. You're supposed to carve them, regardless of how... He points over to his neighbors, which actually, they look a little frumpy. His neighbor makes dumpy inkies. They don't look good. The quality of the inky doesn't really matter, but it has to be made by your hand. If the Howpack occupies the house that you live in, the inky that you offer must be made by your own hand, regardless. To do otherwise would be a great, great insult to the creature.
As I look at the inky, is it like one per house, or is it like a collection, like there's one per person?
The strands vary. So there will be a strand of rope, and there's a hole in the center of a cylinder carved in the shape of the owl's head with the single eye. Some people appear to have like 7 or 8 of these large beads on theirs. Other people appear to have 2 or 3. It probably largely has to do with how superstitious you are and how much you think it actually helps.
All right, well, I sort of listening along, then I say, so if you were traveling, how would you do this? Would you just like make a little altar wherever you sleep?
No. The Howpack don't leave homes. They if the home might burn down, it leaves them in an intense state of just panic and anguish. They would have to seek out another home as quickly as possible. They don't like to move around. They like to be attached to a family or attached to a group of people, even though they might not particularly enjoy being looked at or sought out. They attach themselves to your clan or to your people that live inside the domicile.
Oh, interesting.
Well, thank you very much. As my companion here mentioned, we are fresh off the boat. It seems there is much for us to learn of the Vagrant Isle.
Of course, I sometimes forget that having been raised here, this all seems so natural and second nature to one such as I, having lived as many years as I have. By all means, though, keep your eyes open. Strange place indeed. With that, he seems to get caught up in a conversation with himself and hobble back inside.
Thanks for your advice, I say as he disappears.
Let's be on our way. Now.
And as you walk off to the fire, you're gonna head outside the city now.
I didn't know it was outside. I thought it was just to the north of the city, like in the city itself.
No, it's actually outside the walls. She wanted you to go outside and kind of walk around in the northwest and just see if anything comes up.
See if anything comes up.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to the dwarf, not to investigate the hound.
Dax is looking for the...
Oh, I was talking to the rest of the group. I wasn't talking to Dax.
Okay.
Oh, right.
This was for
right,
everybody
sorry.
else.
We were all on the wrong page. Dax is like, oh no, I've gone on a quest by myself.
I was
by
asking,
accident."
for the rest of the group, what did you want to go do while Dax were doing our segment with him?
Well, is Adavi going to be pushing to go find food?
Not necessarily pushing for it, but he was walking briskly towards the tavern until you guys stopped to talk to this colorful individual.
I would, given the time, would probably be around 7, 8-ish now. Is that right?
Yeah, you'd probably be around 7:30ish. It's
Given
definitely
that-
getting dark.
Yeah, I would definitely say, well, we're not going to be getting much seen tonight, even if we did head out. So yeah, let's head to the tavern.
Hopefully we'll find Dax there, or he'll find us after not long.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't go on a quest.
I
Decide to
expect
go
we'll
and
see
look into this
him
by
there soon
himself.
enough, on account of the fact he's already paid for drinks.
Wave my hand. He's already there.
Well, if he doesn't show up, I'm sure Davi can put those drinks to good use.
Indeed.
And off you saunter to the tavern to put drinks to good use. We pan back over to Dax, who you've worked your way up to the north side of the city, walking through various areas. You notice that it seems to get a little bit poorer towards the north, but you find yourself coming to a slope-roofed house, kind of an A-frame almost, with an overhang on the side where you can see the tools of a blacksmith. There's lights on inside, but there's nobody outside.
Hello? Hello?
Just a moment. You hear from inside. Give me a minute.
Okay.
You hear heavy footfalls coming from the inside, and it sounds as though somebody's heading towards the front door. It creaks open, and a red-bearded face kind of peeks around with a shaved, bald head. His beard is quite impressive. It's,
No hair on his head, but a huge beard. That's definitely good for a dwarf. Unlike our dwarf.
As he peeks his head around, you see that he's got the mustache portion braided all the way down, capped with actually, the rest of the group would know they were Inkies, but to you it looks like they're just little wooden beads that are in the shape of an owl with a singular eye. What can I do for you?
Hello. I was told that to ask you about if you've got like a metal buckler or something I wanted to buy.
I don't do that no more.
You don't do that no more?
Gave it up, couldn't get no iron for the forge. Ain't nothing left to, let me see you hear him go back inside, and you hear him rummaging around. You hear some banging and some clanging and whatnot, the sound of something opening, closing, and so on and so forth. And he comes back and holds something out the door, and it is a buckler, although in his ridiculously sized, like, basically poultry, it's like a chicken-sized hand. Like, he's got a big hand, it's like a ham hock-sized hand. It looks very, very small to you. He holds it out, and that's about all I got left right now. You can go ahead and take it. Ain't no use to me.
You sure you don't want any money for it?
Yeah, it don't matter anymore.
Oh, well, thank you very much. What was your name?
His name is, damn it.
His name is Damn.
It's a very
his
special
name-
Dwarvish name.
Every time you make Splattercat have to generate a random name that he's going to have to remember, because we will quiz him on this later. This dwarf is going to come back into the story somehow. We'll make sure of it. Take a drink.
His name is Robert Paulson.
He looks slightly annoyed, but he goes, name's Hagen. Hagen Halsgard.
Oh, thank you very much.
He closes the door as you're saying that.
I just have the edge of the buckler still kind of sitting in the door.
I go, before you go, by the way, have you seen a black hound around here? Just out of curiosity. No?
He leans up to the door crack. I hear a lot of things. You can notice if you look at my home, it's backed up to the wall. And there's definitely something out there yipping and howling in the middle of the night. What it is, I can't tell you because I don't leave the city. Not if I can help it. But there's definitely something out there making a hooping and a hollering.
Oh. Oh, well, thank you very much. If there's anything I can do to repay, I'm
You
at
can
the
take
inn.
that buckler up. You can take that buckler up out of my door.
Okay,
It slides shut.
thank you.
Dax made a friend.
Yeah, I totally amazing at making friends. I guess is it getting like it's probably getting dark now, right? And it's foggy.
Breathe deep. Breathe deep of that cursed fog. Fill your lungs.
Delicious.
Put the bit of cloth around my mouth again that I've been wearing this whole time.
Oh.
Got my
It'll
shield.
get in through your ears if it can't get in through your mouth.
And I make my way back into town, swing past the temple, see if they're waiting for me, because I don't know how long they took. Actually, how long have I been? I've been like an hour or something, haven't I?
Hasn't been too long. It's been about 20, 25 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll head past the temple, see if they're there, and if they're not, I'll go back to the inn.
You arrive at the temple and they are definitely not there.
Yeah. Okay, so as I'm doing this, I'm just playing my harmonica all the way around town. That way,
Oh no.
they might know it's me by hearing it. Because fog, you can't really see very far.
Okay.
So I head back to the inn then, I guess.
Sure. It takes you a couple minutes to get back over
Some
there.
sort of like caped superhero just jumping out of the fog and slaying him, thinking that this was some sort of evil spirit calling in the night. Fog's far too thick for them to actually make it out that it was a goblin. It was just some small diminutive silhouette like thing making this horrible sound. I would
Performance check.
100% jump out
As you walk across town.
It's like, aha, it's the pied harmonica. I've finally found you.
Okay, I'm also singing as we do it. Performance check.
Okay.
There we go. And I'm singing...
I'm performing for the mist.
Not bad.
The road
Mr.
goes
Fox.
ever on and on, over rock and under tree, by caves where sun has never shone, by streams that never find the sea.
As you walk and as you play your music, you do a pretty good job. For walking and doing multiple things at the same time, you pretty much nailed it. And so people who are around as you walk through seem slightly brighter for your presence.
Is no one grumpy?
Oh, in which case, I bow, doff my little leather cap, and say,
Dax Fizzlespark, Bard Extraordinaire. I'll be staying at the tavern. Performances will be whenever I'm not drunk. Thank you.
You hear a laugh from one of the people in the crowd. And you make your way to the inn. What is everybody else doing in the inn right now?
Getting my drink on.
Okay.
And
guess we'll
some more of
be
that
back at our
onion
table.
soup.
Yeah, I'm just sat at the table. I've purchased a pint of half ale.
Sure.
We're
Don't worry about
making
the
use
roll or
of
anything
the,
like that. It's just scene setting. And so you're all apparently drinking and eating onion soup when Dax peels through the door. Having arrived at the inn, the three of you, you notice that it's starting to fill up a little bit. The tavern is getting a little bit more lively. There's a lot of random common folk filtering on in, and it appears to be maybe the principal form of entertainment and killing an evening around here.
and horror in the halls of stone, look at last... Oh, okay, I'm back.
Oh, hello.
And I go past the bar, pick up, like, some drinks that I still have on my tab, and head over to them.
Sure.
Oh, Dax, where did you get to?
Well, I went to buy a couple of things, and, oh, you're a lot quicker than I thought. How many drinks am I behind?
You will never be able to catch up with the Davy little one. Literally, he can drink your entire body weight in an evening and still not be drunk. Don't even try.
As soon as you say that...
Challenge accepted!
Oh, no.
I'm just sat there. Just, every now and then, I seem like I'm itchy until eventually it just clearly gets too much, and I actually start like unbuckling the leather armor that I've got on. I'm just cursing to myself that it hasn't fit right since we got covered in water on the ship.
What is everybody's Constitution modifier?
Mine is
1.
1.
2.
1. Will it be a saving throw against alcohol?
That's not what it's for.
Oh, okay. 1.
You've been breathing in the mist.
Saving throw against mist? I don't have it
No,
as a saving proficiency, but
That's not why I'm collecting it. That's for later.
Okay.
Can't you just look at our
We're gonna
character
die.
sheets, though?
Well, I can, but if you guys are looking at your character sheets, it'll turn the pages and mess with
I
it.
was just
so-
double checking that you could actually see them.
Yeah, I can
Otherwise,
see them, but
all of the insults that I put in there about you would just gone to waste.
yeah. I went through those, and they were very hurtful, by the way. I just want you to know that I cried last night.
Good. I had to think long and hard about those insults. They were like the product of many hours of pondering.
Well, at least I know I'm in your thoughts, so that's good.
Oh my god.
How many drinks has the Davy had?
Yeah, so Davy,
Shit,
how many
we've been
drinks
here.
have you had?
I don't know. How long we been here? I imagine about
Prob-
one every 15 minutes, at least.
So you've
Apparently
had like
20
one
minutes,
drink at this
so, yeah.
point.
So I just downed
Almost
my
on your
first drink.
second. Okay. And
I
as
have set
you,
them off now.
Davi, as you finish your second drink, please give me a Constitution save.
A save.
Nos, are you not drinking too?
I don't drink much.
Oh. Well, Mormon, you're drinking with us, aren't you?
You're good.
Well,
You
of
feel a little
course.
warm.
I took a glug.
Gotta catch up. First drink's down.
I'm nursing just this one tankard and it's a half beer. You can tell just looking at it that it's not like a full beer or a heady beer or anything like that. It's quite weak, but
Now, you guys,
better than water.
you see a man walk in from the front. Not a particularly large man, just of average build, wearing the clothing of the peasantry. You know, the normal shirt and breeches and all that kind of stuff. He takes a seat with another group, and judging by their garb, you get the feeling that they might be farmers of some kind. They're sitting in the corner off to your left. He takes a seat over there, but aside from that, that's all.
I go get a second drink.
Your
Can
second
I
drink is
roll
acquired.
perception on this farmer?
Sure.
See anything about him?
Yeah, what do we notice from this dude?
I got a 19.
Okay.
Adavi rolled 11. For
How
those who
good's the
may be
beer, by the
listening
way?
to this after on the MP3, we will try and be better at calling out our rolls. We always
will.
Yeah.
forget, but we will try.
As a
to.
GM, when I read out the results of your rolls, I'll be like, okay, so with a result of 19, Nosan, so that takes it off you guys too. So with Nosan, you got a 19. You notice that the man looks visibly worried when he comes in, aside from the other information that I gave you. And when he sits down at the table, he stoops real low, and he appears to be talking to other people. And you hear something about, "I swear I seen it."
I narrow my eyes a little bit, and I look to Adavi, look to Moment. I'm looking to see if they heard it as well.
Did I hear it?
Adavi did not hear that. Not with the hubbub of the Adavi and... Yeah, just Adavi. Sorry.
I
Nobody
just
else.
My
raised my-
perception, because I didn't roll.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I need everybody's perception unless you don't want to because you're drinking heavily. Like
Well,
our
I went to the bar and
goblin
came
here.
back. Like, I was
that's the
actively
thing.
perceiving the farmer. Maybe passively perceiving, but I wasn't actively.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I
raise
had a
my
tankard
brows.
in my face, so
Raise my
I
brows
wasn't
at
able
Notes
to
and
see.
be like, "What? What is it?"
Mormond and Adavi with the hubbub of the room. It's just too loud now that people are
I-
filing in and talking and laughing and whatnot.
Getting their attention visually, I gesture to the farmer. Seems worried. Saw something. And I move to stand up at this point and go to walk my way across to the farmer's table.
Yeah, I'm not interested in out drinking this this little man. I'm gonna take a beer with me and head to the farmer's table. Just see if we can get his attention.
Don't worry. Eventually, biology will kick in. His stomach can only expand so much. He's a small dude. You're many times bigger. It'll hit your bloodstream, but it'll do it later. You could easily outdrink him and then out-throw up him as well later on.
Mormon,
On him, it'll be fine.
we're still drinking.
As you
aren't we?
walk up, You can.
I don't know.
It sounds like the rest of the group is going over to the table with the farmer.
Well, Mormon's still here, right? So I literally, I lean over the table and go,
Well, like,
Mormon, we're still drinking, aren't we?
I'm currently like, ale, important things. Ale, important things.
The great dwarvish
And on
quandary.
that day,
And I go,
his beard
"Oh," and I
grew
stand up
3
and drink
centimeters
as I-
at least.
Oh,
Because
okay,
he roleplayed being a dwarf well.
I
I
follow along.
conclude both and just go over while drinking the ale.
Yeah, is there any room at the table?
Mormon, let me
Yeah,
hold
there's
that for
plenty of
you.
seats.
But you what?
Let me hold that. You can go over there and I'll watch you drink.
No. and I go off with it.
Okay, I follow.
As you approach the table, you hear the man who just came in go, I swear, Peter, I've seen it out in the northern field right now. We need to just stay inside the city. I'm thinking about taking my family and making one of them tents up over by the market. It ain't safe no more.
I don't interrupt him. I move to stand clearly that I'm waiting for his attention, but I don't interrupt until he acknowledges me.
I'm not waiting for his attention. I'm grabbing a seat where he can clearly see me.
He actually goes, huh? Slightly. Like he's really, really on edge when you make yourself known.
I'm gonna pat his shoulder really gently and just be like, "Don't be afraid. I won't eat you." Just
I
I'm
hold my
curious
hand
about
out
your-
to Adavi as a calm down. I apologize for my friend, sir. He's had a few drinks already tonight. I couldn't help overhearing you mention you saw something.
I did. A pecking black hound is out in my field right now.
You saw the black hound. You saw it with your own eyes.
I've seen the 2 red eyes out there clear as day.
Where's your field?
He actually, I could take you there right now if you want. We can look, but I don't think it's a good idea. I think we should stay right here, where it's safe and where there's light and there's ale.
I look to Adavi specifically at this. I'm trying to gauge his what he's thinking.
I'm not even noticing. I'm looking right at the farmer and I'm saying, "Well, where is your field?"
It's up to the northwest, just a little ways. I try to tell the guard, but they never listen to me on account of me. I partake of herbal remedies from time to time. I'm a little upstrung, and they don't listen to me none.
If you take us to the field, I will pay you 1 gold, which you can spend on lots of ale.
He looks a little. I don't think any payment is necessary. If you go up in there and you kill the pecking thing, I think I'll be fine.
Let me confer with my colleagues. Guys, we're doing this?
I don't know. Did you come over from the table? Because like no one else is at the table with you.
No, I came with Mormon.
Oh right. Oh, okay.
Peter, the guy across the table, turns and goes, "Don't listen to this sop. He doesn't know what he's talking about."
Oh, we should at least go check it out.
Is Peter not a farmer-looking guy?
Peter is also a farmer-looking guy.
Oh, okay.
If we kill the thing, we can ask for a raise.
I just shake
I've
my head
turned
at
my
that.
attention to the other farmer at the moment. You don't think he's seen it?
Oh, I think he thinks he's seen it, but I don't know if he actually has. I don't know.
Are you also a farmer in the field to the north?
I am.
And you haven't seen any red eyes in the distance?
The only thing I've seen up in the North Fell is this damned fog killing off all my crops.
A little shocked by the change of topic there, but my mind eventually follows him along. The fog is killing your crops.
Aye,
I told you there was something fell about that fog.
the crops is thirsty. When the fog rolls in, you can't get no sunlight, and they just wither and die.
How long has the fog been choking your crops?
Oh, we first laid eyes on it probably 2 months ago. Right around the time I married his sister. He points across the table to the agitated farmer, who has now stood up and has his hands on the table and is loudly protesting. Peter, I told you, it's out in my field right now, and we're family. You and I need to go out there and handle this right now.
I'm going to roll insight looking at this guy. the agitated one, and just see, is there any hint of deception about this?
He is definitely sincere. He's
But
not
he
making
might be
any
sincere
attempt to
about
deceive.
his.
Yeah, he might.
imagined
He's
it, but-
sincere that of whatever he believes
Yeah.
he's seen. Yeah.
Guys, should we just go check it out anyway? We can always come back here for beer.
That's my intention. Oh, it's a bit later than I would have liked, but how far to your field where you saw it?
It'll take us 45 minutes to get out there. It's a bit of a walk. Peter chimes in and goes, don't let him walk your arse all the way out there. It's a waste of time. Peter
I'm
just,
a little
I'm
bit,
sorry,
like,
the farmer
I was
continues
looking
to get
sort of
more
like ready to
agitated.
go, and then I deflate a bit at the time, and I'm like,
Okay, I've got a solution.
I go over to the bar, I get 4 drinks, and then I remember, and instead I get 3.5, one of them's watered down. I bring them back over, I go get another drink, remembering the new guy, and go,
Right, let's go.
I'll
I
grab
look
an
down
ale.
at the offered drink, and it's a kind gesture, but I don't need another.
I give it to his friend, then brother-in-law.
Peter looks excited about the beer. You know, his big white beard, which hangs down over his gut. Yeah, all right. For a beer, then. You've paid up. Let's go have a look.
I'm now holding 2. I down the half-drunk one and stick it on a table and say, let's go.
Okay.
And as you're walking out, Peter is just haranguing his brother-in-law right now. Like, it's just a stream of, your sister, she's just like you, always says she's saying things, being on with the yab 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 about it. I swear, it's got to be your bloodline or something. And meanwhile, the other guy is just ignore him entirely. He is focused on the task at hand.
I'm following close behind.
How dark is it now?
It's nighttime. I mean,
Can you see okay? I mean, I can, but can you?
While he turns to ask that, like, how well lit is the street? Are there torches and the like?
I mean, by the time we get out to the farm,
in a place where everything's made of wood, having open torches tends to be a little bit of a concern. You can see like a slight warm glow coming from the center of town, and you get the feeling that maybe they make a bonfire every night or something along those lines. And on occasion, you will see a guard off in the distance with a little kind of sparkling torch up above his head from the distance. Upon hearing you say this, Peter inhales a deep breath and walks over to the side of the tavern and reaches down into a bucket. Hold on. And produces a long stick that appears to be wrapped in some kind of cloth.
the hound might see us coming if we have those.
Listen, you don't have to worry about any hound, because there's not gonna be anything there when we arrive. He's holding his beer in one hand and the torch in the other.
I like this guy.
Okay, I don't think this is a good idea. Better idea. No, so you're the stealthy one, right?
What gives you that idea?
I never hear you when you're on the ship. You always got places.
That's because you're always talking or playing that infernal harmonica.
Good point. Well, I don't imagine our large friend or our dwarf friend is particularly stealthy, so... I mean, I could go on ahead by a few feet, but I don't like the idea of running at the hound for brand. It might just run away.
By all means, if you think that's the wisest thing to do. Though I know dogs. Dogs don't tend to have the most stunning of eyesight. They'll
Okay.
notice a light in the dark, though, either way. But odds are, if we're approaching it from the wrong direction, it'll smell us long before it can see us. Or hear us, for that matter.
Which way is the wind blowing?
Survival check.
It's blowing from the north, isn't it? Because that's where the fog came from.
Mm-hmm.
An astute observation.
I didn't know if it was like a magical fog that could defy, like...
Yeah, I was gonna
Wind,
say,
whatever.
if it's some weird
Yeah.
fog, it's probably not following the wind.
Nice. 20 on survival.
Damn.
Not a gnat, but still.
You quickly formulate that the wind is coming from the north, and you also come up with a rough plan to avoid giving away your position. If you have to go upon whatever. Basically, you relay to Peter and the rest of the group that if you approach from this direction, it'll keep us out of the wind. It was a pretty good roll.
Alright, well, the wind's coming from the north. We're going up there, so the wind should be coming towards us, so it shouldn't be smelling us, right?
I pick up 3
Peter
rocks.
is set off down the road, and he has lit the torch now.
Fuck.
Listen, I just want to get this over with. All I want is to get back to the tavern. I only get a little bit of time after I get done with my fields, and this is a... Damn it! What? Fenton, get your arse up here. This was your idea. You're gonna be up front.
Okay.
And he just starts haranguing Fenton. You now know the name of the agitated farmer. He just starts berating him with just random insults.
Okay, I need to check something about one of my spells very quickly.
I continue to walk along, and you can check while we're making way, because I'm assuming that we're all basically going to be following them.
Okay. Yeah. This guy's just annoyed me enough right now. I turn to him, him specifically, with the brand.
Him?
Peter.
Yeah, Peter, the brother-in-law. And I cast command, which is verbal only, with the command, leave. It has to be a one-word command.
Okay. Let me go ahead and let me check the specifics real fast. Do you have the
You
have the
speak a
spellbook
one-word
link
command to a creature you can see within range. The target must make a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. The spell has no effect if the target is undead, it doesn't understand language, or if the command is directly harmful to it. Some typical commands and their effects follow. You might issue a command other than the ones described here. If you do so, the DM depends how the target behaves. If your target can't follow the barbed light, fails. Approach, drop, flee, grovel, halt. Leave isn't one of the defaults, but you can use it.
What's your DC for wisdom saves? Or for the cast?
It'll be on my spell sheet. 13.
Okay. He looks sort of stunned when you say, all right, then. And he just kind of drops the torch on the ground and walks back into the tavern.
I pour the dregs of my ale on it.
Fenton turns around and he's like, where the fuck are you going? You're supposed to be coming with us right now.
I wave my hand. Just leave him be. He's happy with his beer.
I make a
Persuasive argument, and I just walk on.
He falls in step. Do you leave the torch there in the middle of the ground?
I pour the dregs of my ale on it.
Okay, so you pour your ale on it, and it
I'm
sizzles
grabbing the
and then
torch.
just lays. Oh, you're taking it with
I'm
you, okay.
Keeping it, but with doused, yeah.
I grab 3 pebbles off the ground, put them inside my bag, wrap them in a little bit of cloth each, and then I would like to use the light cantrip on each of them. The light cantrip lasts an hour. They cast light in a 20-foot radius, but if you cover them, then like the light doesn't go through the object or whatever. It's still happening, but it's now covered in a bit of like cloth. And then I hand 1 to each of my compatriots.
And right, there's a light thingy in here. So when we need light, you can just take it out. Does that work?
It seems to.
I'm. You're all planning to leave me in the dark, aren't you?
I give him 1 too. I'm like,
it's really dark magics. Careful with it.
The second it hits his hand, he like goes like this and drops it. All right, that was no dark magic. No,
I'm kidding.
sir.
I'm kidding. It's just a stone that's slightly shiny.
Persuasion check. You told him it was evil, and he's superstitious.
Isn't it deception because I'm lying about what it is?
No, because you're saying that it's. You're not.
Okay,
you're not lying. Yeah, it isn't harmful.
You were lying before.
Yeah.
Tell the truth now.
Persuasion. 21.
He looks at you with a slight scowl, as though he knows he's been made a fool of, and then he squats down, never taking his eye off of you, picking up the stone, and mumbles, "Let's be on our way."
Okay, and make sure he keeps it smothered and stuff so it's not emitting light.
He's holding it in his hands like this,
Okay, that's cool.
out in front of him, like it's dangerous in some way. And with that, you trudge towards the edge of town. The gate that you haven't actually seen yet because you came in from the ocean looms in front of you. It's only a little bit taller than the palisade that you've snuck through, seen, otherwise fondled, cast illusions on, and all other versions of shenanigans. Goes smoothly over your head, and you walk out into the black of the fields that surround the city. Farmland basically claims this area.
Listen, friend. If you see the hound, let us deal with it. Just chuck the pebble at it and just run back, right?
All right. Sounds
While
good
you're
to
having
me.
this little conversation, I'm going to turn behind the group, give a nice baseball swing, and knock that pebble back into the city. The one you gave me.
You see the light slowly arc its way over, and you hear, "Dink, motherfucker!"
As it gets like towards actually in the city, I cancel the spell on that one.
Okay, but
Did
the
you
rock
notice
still
it?
hits
'Cause you were up at
somebody.
the front.
Yeah. I would like to stealth as we get outside the city.
Okay, give me a stealth roll. Anybody else want to be stealthy, or are we just
How far out of the city are we?
at this point, you're like 10, 15 minutes. You've weaved your way through some of the outlying farms, and in between, you notice that there are hedgerows in the classical sense, and there's also some areas that are unincorporated and appear to just be like tall grass fields and whatnot.
I am not stealthy with that baseball.
No matter
swing.
what you do, it doesn't matter because Adavi's in here just banging pots and pans and otherwise just being the noisiest dude ever.
La 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 la.
He's sitting there like with his hands, he's just banging on that tankard of ale the whole time while you're walking. It's a mess. It's a mess.
With the Davi, like just doing that, I just kind of sigh. I'm not like crouched. I'm not like slinking around. I'm just walking, but I'm walking softly.
We're off to see the
kind of
hound.
just
We're off to see the
have an
hound.
idea of where to put my feet, or I think I do. But with the Derby just like making this clamoring, I can hear his harp. His lyre is constantly making noise.
And I'm not
I don't
even
know
playing
how
it.
it's
It's
happening.
amazing.
I mean,
It's
I
just-
got
it's
a
plucking
9,
strings
so I
inside
imagine
his
I'm humming
robe.
along unconsciously.
And I just sort of slowly drift away from the group. I don't tell them I'm doing it. I just
Let's see how badly I'm
slowly,
playing.
slowly
That's not
move
bad.
away. Just a
Okay,
little bit at a
can
time.
I roll to see if I see you sneaking away? Because at least that's something I need to know tactically.
Well, if you don't realize that I'm doing it, I guess like you could roll perception or you could use your passive on that one because I only rolled a 14.
I just see you.
Wow.
I'm gonna pester Fenton. Is there any good farmer songs that you could sing to us while we're on our way?
He scowls at you. I ain't much of one for the singing. Especially
Ah,
not in
sure.
times like this.
Surely you've heard a good one or two over a pint.
Yes, surely I want to walk through the fields singing a song right now when there's a giant hulking beast waiting to eat us all. This is a terrible plan.
Mormon's
Stuff.
slinking quite well as well. I wanted to just point out he's looking better than I am.
I've
You're thinking
dropped
better
down a
than-
bit,
yeah.
which means I'm very low because I'm already a dwarf.
Yeah.
You say that. I'm really, really short, and I got a 9, so...
I said to Fenton,
after
how
this
far off
time-
are we?
It's been about 25 minutes now. We'll be coming up on it soon. Stick with your friend. Where did he say he was going to go? Which direction should we go from?
He just went around the edge. He needed a piss. It's fine. He'll be back
Not
soon.
him,
Let's
you.
go. Oh,
Which
me?
way did you say we had to go to avoid the wind?
Oh,
And I point him in the direction, like, towards the wind, so that it's coming towards us, that we smell it rather than it smells us.
Strike off the road and through a tall grass field right now with it swaying on all sides. If there's slight condensation on it, and you can feel it like making your breeches slightly wetter, and where it brushes across your arm, you get kind of that cold chill because it's not a nice night out. Like, it's not pleasant. It's a little bit chilly, and the fog appears to have dampened everything. And as you
does
work
the
your way
ale
through,
keep us warm?
it does. It does.
Nice.
I hate to be the one to remember this, but Mormon, do you have heavy armor?
I believe so. I've got chainmail. Is that heavy?
think that-
Medium.
Sounds heavy.
Is it a chain shirt?
I thought it was heavy armor, because you don't have any
is
decks,
it-
do you? I've got some decks.
It's chainmail, whatever that is.
Yeah, so you've disadvantaged on strength checks, on stealth checks.
So roll one more time, and we'll take whichever one's lower.
Sorry.
Oh no.
But chat just went, a dwarf being stealthy. I was like, oh yeah.
There it is.
Aw.
There we go.
So you now have an 8 stealth score. It's difficult. You're wearing chainmail, which by its nature clinks and clanks. It just makes jingly noises. You sound like it's reindeer coming through
I
town
like
at
the
all
fact that
times.
everyone but Nos is under 10, and Nos has just gone, fuck this noise, and just gone off.
It's the smart thing to do.
It is.
All right. And so
As
working
we
your way
get
through the
closer,
field.
I draw my bow, and then I'm like, oh wait, and I pat myself down like, does anyone have any arrows? Didn't
I've
actually-
also
Hard to
drawn my
laugh
bow.
at that.
No.
A little
Did-
forgetful
Did you
there.
leave them on the ship, Mormont? I told you to remember those. You put them in
I
the
think I
overhead
must
storage
have
in the cabin.
I must have misplaced them somewhere. I was meaning to visit the markets, but things have been moving quicker than expected.
I mean, you can borrow my rapier if you want.
I've got my sword. It's just
And
I
my
was always good at the
shield.
start of
You hear a howl, a loud howl coming from the direction that you're walking.
At this point,
I
I'm
would like to- I'm
actively
stealth now.
trying to be quiet now. I've crouched down, I've unslung my bow,
Yeah, I'm gonna shut
and
up.
I'm
with that.
already knocking an arrow.
Yeah, I would like to dive into the nearest thicket of this tall grass.
Okay. Do you move towards the sound while you're stealthing along?
Yeah.
Fenton has dropped low now too. He's like, oh, "See, I told you it was out here. Ain't nobody listened to me. I've been trying so hard."
Kill someone's border collie.
I'm gonna grab him and put my hand over his mouth.
Okay, as you do that, then I'm gonna go up to the other side so that I'm near his ear and go,
Okay, it's fine. It can't smell us, because we can smell it. It can't smell us because the way the wind works. Give me that little stone of yours, and feel free to go home, and we'll stand your drink later. Okay?
He looks at you for a second. He goes, "But my home's right behind here. How am I going to leave you here at my house? My
Go to the
wife."
tavern.
Go to the tavern. Then you'll come back to your house, and there won't be a dog or anything, and it'll all be fine, right? Okay?
Shit. To be a bloody
Yeah.
coward in times like this. And he takes off running back to town.
Quietly. Right, Adavi, Mormont.
You're on
How
the backside of a hill right now, by the way.
vaguely, how loud was this? How far away roughly would I expect to be? Do you want me to perception check? Or survive?
No,
Okay.
it's close,
Okay.
but not so close that it's breathing down your neck.
Okay, right. I would like
I got
to.
an 18 on perception. Do I have a vague idea of how far that howl sounded? Like, was it echoing off the hills, sort of thing?
It was a ways out. As far as you can tell, it might have been over towards the direct. So if you cross the hill right now, off the side, you can see the house that Fenton was referring to. It sounds like it may have been a little bit down from there.
I murmur that across to, I actually sidle up near Mormont and
Whoa, where did you come from?
quietly I'm pulling my quiver from around near my hip, and I've just got a handful of arrows, and I draw them out and I hand them across to him, and I give him 10
Thank you.
arrows.
But are they
grab
compatible?
those.
Like,
Are
are
they
they-
compatible? No, they don't.
Now
fit
this
his
bow's got a
particular-
different port
particular
in it.
brand
Yeah,
of bow,
this
sorry.
is a what is it, like a generic arrow, and this one is a proprietary arrow. They just don't fit the
Yeah.
same bow.
You can't use the apple eye arrow when you're using the Zune bow. It just doesn't
Yeah,
work like that.
one's got an arrow C connection, the other one is like a
One of them's got the mini arrow. One of them's got the normal sized USB arrow. It is what it is.
Some bows.
You got to
chambers are
get
good.
arrow adapters.
Yeah, arrow adapters. Those are
I
sold
can actually
separately,
imagine
though.
them on the back of the arrow doing that. I can actually imagine that now.
It's just a little rubber cap.
But with that done, while I'm handing these arrows across, I say, sounded like it came down near the house, just a little ways down from it. I mean, it's a guess, but
How far is that in feet?
whose feet?
You're probably looking at about 300 feet, like
So 100
basically
yards,
a
okay.
football field. Yeah.
So
100
that's
yards.
like a minute to get there a walk. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna inspire. I can only inspire 2 people left because I've already used one today.
Right. Who needs some Mormont? Nice. Right.
What?
I think I've already got inspiration. I don't think I used it.
Yeah, you did. You used it for the armor wrestling. No, you didn't use it for armor wrestling. It expires after 10 minutes, though. I'm sorry. Nos, you have inspiration still from the divine stuff you did earlier at the temple.
Yeah, doesn't that last until I sleep?
That's
Yeah,
what Splat
till we
said.
sleep.
Yeah, okay. In which case, Mormont.
We both have that.
I need to whisper this to you. It's very important.
I lean in.
In the dark of the night, the doggy will find you. In the dark of the
doesn't
night,
sound very
it
inspiring.
will howl its fear. It will find you, and you will kill it. In the dark of the night.
It took a turn at the,
The
end.
dark of
it
the
wasn't inspiring
night.
to the last line.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I will.
Yes, you're right. I will kill it.
you get a D6
I will kill the
inspiration
dog.
dice.
He stands up, bellowing in challenge into the night.
And I'll grow a beard.
Be a real dwarf. My father will love me again.
Oh, Daddy. Oh.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
You
I
cross
slay it there and then and instantly grow a
Instantly,
90-year beard.
You like shave the backside of the dog, start taping it on. La 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 la.
Oh, good
Okay.
God.
Right. That'll last about 10 minutes and he'll fight slightly better. Ready?
I think so.
Well-
So we were like the side of a hill. So if we got to the top of it, we'd have like sight of the.
Yeah,
But
but it might
we
get
want to
sight
cut
of
off its
us.
retreat. Like, we don't want it to, like, leave or anything. Shit, what do I have for this?
Whatever we're going to do, we should do it quickly. It might not be able to smell us, but it can certainly hear us.
Oops.
You hear a low growl from off on your right. Close.
Clever girl.
There's
12
this long hissed sigh, and then I just kind of move away from the group a little bit.
How close was that? Like, you said sounding really close, right?
15 feet.
I cast
It's
Bless.
close.
I cast Bless.
And with that, you turn and see two red eyes staring at you out of a patch of the tall grass.
Bless,
Low to
bless,
the
bless,
ground.
bless everybody.
The low snarl echoes across the silent field.
Can the
And
bless
we're on
lead
a
into
break.
Can the bless lead into a break, please?
Yeah! I like cliffhangers. Cliffhangers are the best hangers. Stupid bard. We're hunting a dog in the middle of the night. It is completely still and silent.
He can't help
You've
it. He's a
taken
bard.
all kinds of precautions against the smell,
Yeah.
but then you
He
just
can't help
randomly
it.
sing a song.
No,
You sincerely
I whispered the
underestimated
song
how
to
fast
him.
he whispered
I
the song.
whispered the song to him. I said I
I was
lent him and
keeping track
whispered
of
it.
active
That
time.
didn't sound like whispering to me. That sounded like in the dark of the night.
It's stage whispering. I don't know why I'm stage whispering to the microphone that's right in front of me quite so loudly, but
So we're on a break for about 8 minutes. This will be the half point of our show. We would appreciate it if you come back after. That would be super rad. In the meantime, check out the Patreon and the bonuses you can get over there. And
Come
in
back
a few
later, there's
minutes,
maybe bonus ferrets.
we will
maybe.
rectify
Maybe.
a canine issue.
If Siri's gonna be nice.
Yeah.
or we might get rectum-fied.
You'll find out soon.
What?
Bye, everybody. We're back, and it's DnD Roll4It, where a big old doggy's hiding in a bush. Welcome on back.
In a
Our team
bush?
had just, crept up a hill. And while they were talking and singing and casting spells somatically and verbally, our dear friend, the HOUND, appears to have gotten the jump on them, and they are looking at a pair of red eyes.
Would you say it's Das Hund?
Das Hunda!
Dash.
Everything
It's a
sounds-
Dachshund? It's a Dachshund? Really? Damn.
No.
I'm okay with this.
Not a feral wiener dog.
No.
Just
I
runs
was
up
worried
all
about
wagging.
that, though. Like, if humanity dies, my parents have Pomeranians, and I'm like, so if humanity dies out and the Pomeranians are suddenly released to the wild, does that mean we're going to have, like, huge groups of, like, 400 Pomeranians running over the hillside tackling deer, just consuming them instantly like piranhas? Like, what's going to happen to the little dogs? Are they going to band together? Or are they just going to get choked out by the big mastiffs and whatnot?
They'll like stand on each other's legs and then like put a like trench coat over the top, and they'll pretend to be a big dog.
If big dogs wore trench
Don't-
coats.
Yeah, dogs
Yep.
don't wear trench coats. I mean, really badass ones might.
The ones that are really into the Matrix.
So the badass battle music we've got on, by the way, is from Tyranny, I think. Yes, it is.
So you see red eyes staring at you from out of the blackness, just in between blades, coming closer
Bless.
and closer, creeping low to the ground. The bless does go off, so bless you. Gesundheit and all that.
It blesses everybody but me, I think. Let me just double check this. By the way, when I keep looking down at my phone, I'm not just like randomly reading text. I've got my spell app, which is amazing, by the way.
It's creeping closer. What are you going to do?
Murder it in
You
the
hear-
face.
I
Your grass-
I bonus action hide, and we haven't entered
10
combat
feet.
yet. 10 feet.
Yeah, we roll an initiative or what?
Okay.
We're doing this one full out RP mode. What do you do? 10
Fuck
feet.
it.
I'm moving. I'm
Guiding
some of
bolt.
it, and I-
away while,
Guiding
while
bolt, hide.
Still trying,
Okay.
I'm backing away while still trying to be relatively stealthy with my arrow knocked towards the direction of the sound.
So everyone here, by the way, apart from me, you get a D4 to every attack or saving throw that you make while I'm concentrating for
For
the
how
next
long?
minute.
Oh,
for,
okay.
for the next minute while I concentrate.
A black translucent paw slowly comes
Guiding
into
bolt.
view out of the grass.
Guiding bolt and then bonus action hide.
It's What's a guiding bolt? What does that do?
It's my
Gotta link
last-
the spell for me.
It's the last spell. So I've just ignored every spell that's not a cleric spell, but here we go. Guiding bolt. On a hit, so I have to make a ranged spell attack. On a hit, it takes 4d6 radiant damage, and the next attack against it before next turn has advantage because it emits light and draws the attack towards it. So spell attack bonus. I can't just click my spell to it. Okay, it's a d20 plus 5, so I'll just roll a d20 plus 5. $14.
Okay, that was the to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Your guiding bolt flies out of your hand right as the paw sneaks out of the grass. You can see that it's black and slightly translucent. You can see through it. And from the periphery of the creature's paw, a black smoke, almost like from a candle that's been blown out, slowly creeps upwards before dissipating. Right as its head comes out of the brush, you see a mastiff-like face with the dangling jowls. This is a huge animal. This thing is like the size of a small horse. Like, this is a really, really big dog that stands up out of the grass.
Is it large or medium?
Probably medium.
Okay. So it's bigger than me.
But it was crouched low to the earth as it tried to sneak up on you. And as it rises to its full height and comes through the grass, you see the long, dangling jowls of a large mastiff. And this thing looks down at you almost. It's a big creature. And right as that happens, your bolt impacts with its shoulder. Roll damage.
Yeah! It's not like weak against radiant or anything. $16.
Oh.
The bolt collides with the first shoulder that comes out of the brush right at the base of the neck, where kind of the chesty part is, like when you've got the dog and you're like, ah, and you itch them and their foot goes. It's like right there. It impacts right there, and you see, this is a strange experience. its body actually loses form, goes around the bolt, and you can see the body squeezing the bolt down in with a popping and a crackling, and it looks like it's slightly in pain, but its eyes never leave you now. It is focused, just staring in your direction from where the
bonus
bolt
action
comes.
hide, however, because I can do that as a goblin.
And it continues to creep towards the party, 9 feet.
Can I roll stealth?
Yeah, go for it.
With that, I also move like my full move 30 feet back, because fuck that shit. 21.
Yeah. Okay.
Son of a... And then I drop the bow and draw my greatsword.
The beast appears to have not seen you shimmer into the blackness. It sniffs the air as it continues to creep forward. Mormond, what are you doing?
So how far away is it?
9 feet.
9 feet, probably going on 8 feet right now. It's still creeping closer.
I'll hold my ground.
Okay. Does anybody else have an action they want to declare as it creeps forward towards the rest of the group?
Yeah,
I'm backing behind Mormon. I'm backing behind Mormon going, good on you, Mormon. Good on you.
I retreat my full move distance, which is 30 feet. And whilst... Are we on the crest of a hill or going down the slope of it? Because you
kind of on the side. You were on your way up the hill, so you know when you got like a reverse hill defense when you're approaching armies? You're on like the nape of the backside of the hill.
Right. So as I move backwards, would be moving down the hill. Would I still have line of sight? Because basically I'll move as far as I can whilst maintaining sight.
Now that this thing has stood up to its full height, this is a large creature. It's like fully up and out of the glass or out of the grass with its muscled shoulders. Like this thing is gnarly. It looks like every dog you've ever seen that's been like in a dogfight ring or something. This is a brutal animal.
All right. And having moved back, I'll actually try to attack it with my bow.
Okay, make an attack roll.
You get out of default.
Is it aware of me?
What's that?
Is it aware of me?
It is not.
It is not. So I get advantage on this one then, do I?
Yes.
Got 26.
That was a crit,
Natural
wasn't it?
20.
Oh, yeah.
Natural 20.
Indeed. However, as the arrow leaves your bow, it passes straight through the hound. Its body coalesces and just swarms back in. And at that point, it charges Mormond. And right at the time it comes into contact with you, Mormond, did you want to take a swing?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right.
Buttons. Need to remember. Where is it? Here we go.
You advantage. Well, yeah. Technically, the bow had advantage, but we didn't do that, and the bow already had advantage.
Yeah.
You swing your sword at the hound right as it jumps towards you. And as the sword impacts with the creature, there's a slight resistance. But you, having readied your arm for the shock of it impacting with something, are sort of surprised as it goes straight through. Once again, just puffing into smoke. The beast impacts with you, and your vision goes black. The rest of you, you hear the sound of a deafening howl, so loud that it like pierces through your body, like you physically have to like raise your hands to cover your ears. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check for everybody that is not Mormond. Or wisdom save, sorry.
Wisdom save.
Is my vision black, including that I have a dark vision, or is this some weird darkness?
What's that?
Dear Lord,
I've got dark vision. Does that affect the black vision that I have now, or?
Nice.
This is something invading your mind, essentially.
I just rolled a natural 20 on my wisdom save as well.
Adavi,
I'm full on with this.
You are terrified. You now have fear. Everybody else, though, strangely enough, you steel yourself, having seen this weird, impervious creature now that's coming towards you that appears to have only been affected by this giant key blast thing that the goblin next to you has evoked at it, has rammed into Mormon's chest, puffed into smoke, and disappeared. And you see Mormon stagger backwards and fall unconscious. Mormon, inside your mind, right now, the blackness starts to slowly creep away with fingers, and you see a pillar. And on the pillar is the mark of a star but bisected with a dot right at the center alongside the right. With your stone experience, you would know that it's a marble pillar of some kind, although you can't quite place its origin or the nature of the carving that you're seeing. You get flickering visions of a dog running at full speed. But like when you try to focus your mind on the shape of the dog, you can't. It's just, you can't really fathom what's happening right there, but you know that the dog is running in some way towards the pillar. And with that, the blackness creeps back in. Now, the rest of you, what do you do after seeing Mormon go down?
The dog's
what
still
happened
there,
to
right?
the spear?
It pluffed into smoke. It's gone.
Oh,
and
it's
right
gone?
now, there's black smoke rising off of Mormon's unconscious body.
Oh, things. I do things. I want to go over and
I've
check
already
him.
knocked another arrow, and I'm aiming now down at Mormont.
All right. Anybody
I-
else?
I'm afraid. What does that do?
Let me check.
You
Actually,
can't
afraid.
move towards the
Nom,
object
nom,
of your
nom,
fear,
nom, nom.
and you've disadvantage on attacks against the object of your fear.
well, there you go. GMEE is tearing it up right now. It's not as bad as Dark Heresy, which means that you're not shitting yourself running thousands of meters a turn and just looking like a coward. So yeah, you are afraid right now. You are
Is he
very
afraid-
much afraid.
Is he afraid of Mormon now, since the thing is like apparently coming out of Mormon?
I would say yes.
Uh,
Mormon, give me a Constitution save, please. By the way, perception checks from everybody there.
okay.
I got an 18.
Okay. Adavi, it doesn't really matter because you're so terrified with what just transpired that you're not really even processing information. Your eyes are wide. You're stepping backwards. Just you're having one of those moments. Dax, you don't see anything in particular. However, Nasan, you see that from the smoke, or the origin of the smoke, is the fact that Mormon is now covered with random black pluffs of fur, like little tufts of fur are all over him right now, and they have the same qualities as the Hound. They're slightly translucent, and smoke is rising up off of them. Mormon,
What is
was your
that covering
Constitution
Mormont?
check?
It's like he's wearing the creature's pelt.
He's not breathing either, by the way.
Do I also see that?
Yes, you
Oh.
see that. His chest is not going up and down.
I start creeping forward, but I've got my bow at the ready.
I go over and can I make a Arcana check from here, or do I need to go over to him?
You would have to go over to him.
Okay, I'll go
Because
over
it's
to him.
dark. And,
I want to. Well, it's not dark for me. I've got night vision.
yeah, but you're inspecting something up close.
Okay.
It's, you know.
Yeah, I'll go up and I'll make an Arcana check. $16.
Okay. Looking down, you know definitely that something magical is going on, and given what you know about the nature of magic being a bard and so on and so forth, you don't know. It could be possession. He could have just been assailed by a massive magical attack that was embodied into a hound. You're not entirely sure, but as you're pondering this, you hear and Mormon wakes up, his eyes snapping open and wide.
I slap him.
You slap him, roll damage.
And not hard enough to do damage. Like,
I'm just
not like
messing around. I'm just messing with
Okay,
you. I'm just
okay.
messing with you.
There will be a time
However,
for
I'm
that.
going to do. What would I have to do to resist? Because the mindset that I was in was I had my bow, an arrow knocked, the bow drawn. I was like, there's something very deeply wrong. The thing just basically attacked you. Then it wasn't there. Now you're growing fur and also the same black stuff. I was of two minds, and now he just startled me. What would I have to roll to resist letting go?
Can I try and defend him with my shield if you've actually got your arrow knocked on him?
Make me a EE. If you want to do that, we'll see what happens with Nasan first. Make me a. I guess wisdom would be willpower to like snap through. So give me a wisdom save.
Save. 5! No!
You start. You jump. And you let go of that, like, you know that you probably, like, it's kind of more of a reflex than anything else. Your bowstring, you just feel yourself, like, let go of it, and you see the arrow fly forward at point-blank range with horror in your eyes. EE, make me a reflex save, please.
Dex?
Dex would work. A Dex check, actually. That'd work.
Dex save or check?
Check. Let's do a
How's your
check.
Dex,
That sounds good.
Dax, how's your deck?
Okay.
How's your Dex?
Not as good as I'd like it to be, but... Ting!
Not too bad. That
Okay, so
means...
you made the save, so you get the spell off. What spell are you going to cast?
Oh,
Or are you trying to whip your shield
No, that
out
was
in front of
me
him?
whipping my shield to the side.
Okay, so what is your armor class, Mormond?
What?
I think we lost you.
Moment, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
no!
muted.
16. There we go. I'm okay.
Okay, so you've got an armor class of 16. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use a passive attack. Nuson, what is your dex bonus on? What's your bonus when you attack somebody?
For my short bow, which is
Yes.
+6.
Plus 6.
16.
Dax, you whip your hand out, and just at the moment the arrow goes out, you dive in front, like MLB, like World Series style, and the arrow goes whing and ricochets off, spiraling off into the grass. However, you do land on top of Mormon now, and some of the black fur or whatever it is now on you, smoking and doing its thing. It gives you an acrid smell. The smell of almost a wet dog mixed with a burning campfire.
I cast light on it?
No effect.
Okay, my hand is now
So-
light now, though, so that's cool.
Yeah, your
I'm
arm is
rushing
glowing.
forward, apologizing profusely. The bow is, held
Get it off.
down to my
Get it
side.
off. Get it
How
off.
coherent am I right now on
Get it
account of the
off.
fact that I was dead momentarily?
The fur scrapes off your arm just like normal fur would, and as it floats down towards the ground, the smoke trails behind it following the breeze, and it settles on top of some of the grass.
So am I aware of what's going on? Am I
Yes, you were
recovering?
aware. You remember everything up until the beast impacted you. You also have full memory of the thing that you saw while you were unconscious.
When I saw that, was that just like a vision in front of me, or was it relative to like the world around me or something?
It was like you were living it. From the perspective of the running dog, except that when you tried to snap your vision out to look at the running creature, you couldn't. And so everything that you witnessed was kind of from a dog's eye view.
And I just sort of get onto my elbows and go, what devilry was that? Was I dead? Or is it?
I mean, you're alive now. I don't know what you were a few moments ago. Is he still smoking?
Yeah, everywhere the fur is, it just continues to set off that little
Look
tiny...
at yourself, Mormont.
I
I
start,
just
like,
start,
pulling the fur off.
Okay.
I'm just like, what get it off? And
You don't feel it, by the way. When you're pulling the fur off, what's very, very strange is like when you pick up a tuft of fur, you can feel that slight tingle or that resistance in your fingers, like the abrasion, essentially. If you've got like a bunch of it and you roll it in your hand, you don't feel that. It's in your hand and it's there, but as you're rolling it, it gives you no tactile sensation.
I'm just thoroughly
I would
concerned by
like
this and trying to just get it all off.
To vicious mockery the fur.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible, because I have to target a creature. I'm not sure if the fur counts as a creature.
It does not, but I'll follow this line of reasoning through if you really, really want to do it.
I mean, if I'm allowed to target it, I'll try it.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's psychic damage, and I'm not sure if that would maybe help.
You come off so easy, I wouldn't even make a coat out of you.
The
Vicious
fur
mockery.
stares back at you,
Damn.
unaffected.
Nonplussed.
Yeah, nonplussed.
In which case, I start, like, casting light on all of Mormon's armor.
Okay.
Mostly so it's easier to see where the black fur is, to be honest.
Yeah, sure.
While this is going on, I lift my gaze and I look around for a Davy. Where do I see him at the moment?
I'm sitting down. I'm like 100 feet away.
I
I'm
won't
shaking
see you
my head.
if you run away from us 100 feet. You're on the other side of the hill at that point.
I just ran backwards from whatever that thing
Yeah,
was.
so he's, like, across the side of the hill, isn't he? Because we were, like, level across the side of the hill with the dog.
Davi, give me another wisdom save. We'll see if you snap out of it.
No, move another 100 feet.
Mm-mm.
I've eased up on the DC because it's the second check.
It's a
you
save.
snap-
Doesn't it get the D4? Because,
He gets a
bless.
+1 because of the bless, right?
No, it's a D4.
Oh, he gets a D4. Add a D4 to that, man. Go ahead
I
and roll
think
your
it
1D4.
saves. I'll need to double check. Attack roll saving throw. Yeah, it's a wisdom save, so he gets D4. He should have got that before as well. I forgot.
Are you sure? Because the one that I have here says each ally gains +1 morale on attack rolls and saving throws versus fear.
No. Are you looking at a different spell to me, maybe? I'll double check the actual rule book.
Oh,
I'm
never
pretty
mind. That
sure.
was 3.5.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was 3.5. It's a 1D4. I just checked it. We're good.
Okay, cool. Life cleric.
Okay, Adavi, you snap out of it. You're still shook. Your adrenaline is still going. But sitting on the ground, yeah, with the piece of the field around you, there's that very strange kind of silence and the whisper of the leaves with the wind blowing through. But you feel as though you're all
see
right.
Adavi in our immediate vicinity, I get a little bit panicked, and I look up, start turning my gaze around, try and find him, and calling out, Adavi! Adavi, where are you?
I pick up the pebble from Mormond that I assume just dropped to the ground when he went limp, and I chuck it in the vague direction where Adavi went. Just so that you can see where we are in comparison, because I don't know how high the...
sound when it hits the ground, and it glows.
Can I check to see if I peed myself?
Pastel hue.
You didn't pee yourself. It wasn't that much of a fear. It was definitely enough of a fear to get your character's big ass moving, though. He's a big guy, and he was moving like a freight train. Just getting to have this... Fuck this station.
I'd like to make a religion check on Mormond.
It's just for decoration.
Okay, what's the intent of the religion check?
I want to know if it's anything to do with possession, particularly by, like, the things often talked about in religion, like devils or demons or whatever, maybe.
Depends which religion you're talking about.
And my cursor stopped working. Great time to start working that cursor.
And while your cursor's not working, you see Adavi's fat self walk around the hill.
13.
13, you don't really know, but something definitely just happened that knocked him out while dealing no damage and caused him to cease breathing. And given your medical expertise, he looks kind of fine. Like, he looks like he's all right. But you think you should probably take him to a priest or some kind of person that can inspect and make sure that there's no possession or nothing has happened.
Well...
Because when I rolled Arcana before, I was like, maybe possession, but...
It could have been a weird possession or something? Either that or the big dog was just a magical thing.
I crouched down, I kind of take a knee, looking at it, because Moment hasn't got it up yet, as he still kind of sat down where he fell. Yeah.
I'm set up now because I'm.
Now that I've seen that Davi's coming back, I turn my focus back to Moment. How do you feel? What happened? Can you tell us anything about?
I offer him the tankard of ale that I still have.
You hear a howl from about 100 feet off to the left. Not where Adavi's at, but kind of in between you and Adavi.
I stop immediately.
Bonus action.
Perception? Oh, that was such a bummer. It was on 19 and it rolled to a 3. Okay, so Mormond, Dax, and Adavi, you all look, and about 150 feet out, you see the hound standing on another small hill cap. It's staring at you right now. It slowly turns and it walks away down the backside of the other hill, and you hear another howl as it gets further away from you. You could definitely tell the next howl was farther away.
As I reapproach the group, I'm shouting after the hound, "Yeah, you better run!"
I was just opening my mouth to speak to Noson when I just look past him and look very scared.
Seeing his expression, the way his eyes focus in a different place, I try to turn, but I don't see anything.
I cast Sacred Flame, but it's out of range, so the flame leaves my hand, this beam of radiant fire, gets to 60 feet, and then just fizzles. That's the most I can do. I can cast Patreon.
Went straight through the sword.
What happened?
I would chase it, but I don't know if we could do anything to it.
Well, when I hit it with magic, it seemed to hurt it. So maybe it's just magic that hurts it? I'm
Can I
kind of
cast,
out most major stuff, though.
Can I cast Detect Magic again? It only lasts
Sure.
for like 10 minutes.
What do you want to cast it on?
On Mormond.
Okay. There is definitely something here. Normally, when you detect,
You actually cast it on yourself, and then you can detect magic around you when you look.
Yeah.
cool. You look into the ethereal realm once more, like you did with the Inky, and as your vision shifts, you see, instead of the radiance that's around magical things, around the areas where the fur is on Mormond, you see the absence of light. It almost seems as though, in the magical realm, the fur is consuming the energy around it rather than exuding it.
Seeing
I'm still trying to
Adavi
get it off me.
making gestures and speaking, I look over to him. What are you doing, Adavi?
Something is really wrong with this fur. It's like eating the energy around Mormond.
Eating
Mormond?
Mormond?
You feel fine, Mormond, when he
It
says
seems
this.
to be, yes.
It doesn't seem to be affecting me, but I still want to get rid of it.
I stand back up and I use the tip of my bow, basically, and I just scrape at him to try and remove the fur.
Sure.
How much have we got off so far? Because I've been like
You are lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's like, you know when your cat sleeps on your couch for like weeks on end? It's kind of like that on certain parts of you. It's like on there.
It
looks like the
literally-
dog-
picking little hairs
yeah.
off everywhere.
Making very little progress, I abandon this idea. And like, whatever it did, Moment, what did it feel like? I mean, certainly when we attacked it, it seemed to have no effect. The creature just weaved around our weapons like a mist. But when it hit you, it seemed to hit you with force. Or at least you fell over.
Are you hurt
Everything
at
just
all?
went black. And then I saw this weird pillar. There was some sort of star, and I could
Pillar.
see the wolf, I think. And then I woke up
That
again.
sounds like something we should speak with the with
With Mary?
Mary
Mary
Shelby?
about.
Yeah.
Yes.
As much as I hate to admit it, it seems her area of expertise.
Hates to admit it.
Slip of the
brow.
tongue. Slip of the tongue.
Inside. 17.
Do I deceive at disadvantage?
You can just deceive.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, that was an
Genuine
awesome roll.
slip of the
Was that a
tongue.
20? No, it was 18.
18.
It definitely appears as though he just slipped up. Like, given what had just transpired, just wasn't thinking about his
Roll on
wordage.
edge. Easy
Yeah,
mistake.
I don't suppose someone can help me with him. Can you walk?
I feel fine, and I get up to my feet.
I poke him.
A bit weird, really.
Your finger plinks off of his armor. The chainmail rustles slightly.
It blinks off his currently, like, illuminated armor.
That's
Gotta
true.
remember,
We do have a
just, like,
glowing,
just wearing this amazing shining armor right now.
the glowing dwarf in the middle of a field.
Every bit of equipment you have is currently a light. I wanted to be sure.
Luckily, I have dark vision, so I can probably still see in the dark a bit. This probably doesn't help.
At this point, you're blinded. Ah, the light! No. Ah.
I'm too radiantly beautiful.
Sadly, I can't make things so bright it blinds people, which is sad.
I mean, I guess I'm just illuminating the area around me anyway, so
To 20
we
feet.
can
All
just
the-
see.
All the farm folk just see this glowing dwarf walking through the field. The Messiah!
There we go. I'll just throw in a bit of thaumaturgy and be like, "Your god has come, mortals."
It's bullshit. There's no beard.
Well, I'll pick up
the rest
my
of the
sword
party
and my
seem
bow.
kind of taken aback and uncertain of quite what to do, and certainly Dax expressing concern over a moment. I turn my attention in the direction of the farmhouse. Do I see like any smoke coming out of the chimney? Any lights in the windows?
Yes, there is somebody home right now.
We should check on that fella's wife. Make sure she's all right. The dog came from that direction.
You're right. Okay.
And I'm starting to make my way over there.
Okay.
I stealthed my way over there.
All right. It only takes you a few.
Pick up the arrows as well.
I would also like
Sure.
to hold the action of, if I see the dog, Sacred Flame.
Okay. As you make your way over to the cottage, it appears to be at an end right now. Not the cottage itself, but the encounter with the hound. You don't hear any more howls. You don't hear any more movement. You don't feel like you're being hunted. That feeling that you get when the hairs on the nape of your neck are up and you know you're being watched, you feel like that's gone. And as you slowly approach the wooden cottage, it's got a thatched roof, kind of small. It's probably only like 12 by 12. The front door is closed, but there is a flickering light in the window, perhaps a burning hearth or something like that.
I'm gonna give a. Are we at the door yet? Can we see anything in the windows?
Looking in through the windows, you see a woman huddled up against the wall next to a dining room table, just with her knees up at her chest and her arms around her knees, just kind of staring down into her lap.
While
rocking
he's
back
looking
and
at,
forth a
in
little
the
bit.
window, I rap on the door.
I
She
hope she doesn't
starts.
see me. Hope she doesn't see me creeping.
She starts back in, and let me see if she sees you creeping.
Oh no! You got to
Do
roll
you see
stealth.
a big fat man in purple robes outside your window?
She does not. She appears to be under some
Yes!
distress right now. With a start, she goes, "Who is it?"
We're with the guard. Your husband sent us.
Where is Fenton?
We insisted that he return to the city. It wasn't safe. But it appears that whatever was out here is gone.
Persuasion check.
Am I actually lying about anything? No, it's persuasion.
You're persuading her. She answers back, "I'm not in the custom of opening doors for strange men."
12.
Okay. Yeah, why not? She stands up. You hear the sound of footfalls. And as she creeps over to the door, she doesn't open it, but she's on the other side. What about Peter? Fenton went to go get him.
I put out our weird lights out.
Okay.
I don't want to
Where's
scare
my...
her.
Where's my...
Both,
What about Peter?
both your husband and your brother meant to come, but we insisted that they stay. It wasn't safe. Your husband told us where the animal was. We had him lead us part of the way, but my companion felt it best if he returned. It was too dangerous for someone who wasn't trained.
From behind the door, you hear, "Well, send him home. It's still not safe out there. Did you kill it?"
Just a matter of time.
You hear the door go snicked.
Madam, we would like to have a word with you if we may. Did you see anything? Or did you just hear its howls?
I heard it. My husband, he heard it earlier and took off towards town. He said he was going to get a mob or something to come out and help the guard, anybody. But he hasn't returned.
Well, he did, true to his word, he found us. And perhaps it would be best if you went... is your brother's farm nearby? Does he have a wife?
The door opens a crack at this point, and you can just see a green eye looking outwards. And just a little smidge of brown hair underneath what appears to be some kind of bonnet. My brother-in-law's farm is Probably 30 minutes that way.
Her brother-in-law? I thought
I'm sorry.
she
Peter's farm. Yeah, sorry. Peter's farm is probably 30 minutes that way. You see her make a thumb symbol through the crack. I'll stay here. Just send Fenton home.
I assume me and Adavi are out of line of sight of this tiny crack in the door.
I thought you were all standing, except for Adavi. Where were you at during this, Dex?
I don't know. I didn't know what the situation was. I thought that it was maybe just Nos on at the front, but yeah.
Where would you like to be?
I step over to Adavi. I cast guidance on him just in case he wants to get involved in the conversation, and I'm out of her line of sight so that she doesn't see me casting spells. And then I come back.
Okay. All right. Davi, you have guidance on you right now.
I'm gonna play my lyre. I'm not in the conversation. I'm comforting myself at this point.
Ooh, bow.
Okay. Go ahead and make a performance check.
You can add 1d4 because guidance.
It's not necessary.
Add 1d4.
Go on, add 1d4.
Not too bad. You start to play a song, and it's a particularly calming one that you've known from your past, that you've played a lot of times
Wow.
before.
Oh, 18.
That's 18 now.
Upon hearing this, the door cracks open slightly further, as though the song has slightly calmed the person inside the house, and you can see a bit more of her now.
Well, of course, we will send your husband immediately, but it would take us time to get back to the city, and I'm concerned about leaving you here on your own. Could we walk you to your sister-in-law's house? I'd feel much better if you were with someone else rather than here on your own, and then we will send both Peter and Fenton along.
If Peter and Fenton are both in town, do you think I could come with you back to town?
Of course. I didn't want to suggest it. You seemed a little bit shaken, and none could blame you. But if you'd be willing to walk with us, that would be ideal. Yes, we'll accompany you to town.
And with that, the door...
Can she see Mormond?
Mormond, are you standing at the door? Like, are you able to see her?
Yeah, I'm standing by Noson.
Okay.
How furry is he right now?
I've been picking the hairs off the whole time.
He is less smoky than he was previously, but he's still glowing.
Oh, I cancelled the glow.
Oh, you turned off the glow.
Yeah,
That's
before
right,
we got there, I didn't want to freak her out.
Yeah. Because it's dark outside and the smoke that's coming off is like a black smoke anyways, it's tough to tell because she doesn't have night vision or anything.
Good. Just don't want to make her go, oh god, it's the Black Hound in human form. I'm like, no.
And with that, the door creaks open and a smaller framed woman steps out. Well, will we be going now?
If you're ready to leave, then we're ready to escort you back to town, yes.
All right, then let's go, although it smells like wet dog out here. She says as she walks past Mormon.
I cast a glance to Mormon. I just shake my head.
Do you think that means it's nearby?
I shrug at him.
Oh, that's probably from where I injured it earlier. The smell gets around as soon as you injure one of those. Don't worry about it.
Deception check.
I need to get the hairs off.
Deception.
I'm like seeing if tufts of grass help.
22.
Nice. Very nice roll.
My deceptions are on point tonight.
You wounded it, did you? Well, I suppose that's good. Perhaps it'll bleed out in a hole somewhere. Leave us alone.
Maybe.
You don't seem confident.
Well, we did injure it, and there was a mighty battle. Mormond here actually did, he took it on, and there was this epic struggle where he was hitting it with his sword, and, you should have seen it. It was amazing. But it did seem to get away. But we did injure it a lot, so it'll probably think twice.
I interjected this, but worry not. We will be patrolling the area. If it returns, we'll be here to fight it.
She looks around worried, but she takes your word for it, and she starts to trudge back to town.
And we lead the way. Or rather, we move as a group.
Okay, over the next 25 to 35 minutes, you don't hear anything. There's no sign of the creature. It appears to have disappeared just as quickly as it appeared.
Every
you
now and
approach
then,
this-
I'm just going to say that my passive perception picks something up, and Moment just, I don't know, it just feels my hand grab something in his hand, just pull something out and just discard it.
it's like monkeys
or just,
grooming each
snatch
other.
something
Every
from the
now and
back
again,
of
you're
his neck.
I fall behind her so that I can cast something. And I cast Minor Illusion, and I make the sound of a dog far off, whimpering in pain as it goes further away. Like that sound of like, ow!
Have you not learned from the way Splat basically terror
Yeah, but it's like
murdered
really in pain. Like it's obviously
that one-
wounded.
She turns and she definitely looks startled. We should hurry. The gates are right there.
It's okay, don't worry, we've got this.
And you hurry your way down with the sound of a whimpering, dying dog echoing across the valley.
As we're going, I'm facing behind like this.
Given your size and stature, she does not seem convinced that you're going to protect her for now. And so she hurries to the gate.
Do I see this?
She looks. I'm just saying she doesn't look any less worried.
Okay. In which case,
Back, foul dog. Dax Fizzlespark will, defend this
Well,
woman.
shut up. when
and
give him the
I
kick.
cast light on my shield from the inside, just like that, so she can't see it, and it lights up forwards.
She thinks you're actually fighting something and just takes off for the gate.
Shit.
She's now just hurrying away from you.
Idiot. I don't have to.
Sorry.
She's making for the tavern right now.
I
You
swear,
can
no
tell
matter
from the.
what party I'm a member of, there's always one idiot.
It's
Pick up
always
this-
me. Don't worry, it always is.
Can I pick up this silly little man and just hasten our approach to the tavern?
You grab him by his collar.
I
Are you
resist.
going to resist, Dax? He resists. I didn't even need to ask. All right, make an attack roll.
Oh, boy.
If it's a grapple, do I oppose with
Yeah, it's
Agility?
strength versus strength.
or agility? Isn't it? Is it acrobatics? I think it's athletics, and you can choose acrobatics or athletics.
Those grapple mechanics. I think for
Yeah, what-
grapple, it's usually strength versus strength for a standard one, but since you're a dexterous character, I would allow it. And also, if you wanted to attack Shen, if you wanted to attack with Dex, you can do that too. Just pick, and it'll be opposed whatever you do.
And I think it can be athletics because, that's the athletics kind of one of the main things of the skill.
Yeah, and you can use your athletics proficiency.
Not that I have acrobatics to defend, so it'll be a flat dex anyway. I think.
Acrobatics? What?
You can defend with acrobatics, but I don't have it, so yeah, doesn't matter.
I'm clicking on Dex, it doesn't roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
3 times.
You grab onto the collar of his shirt, and it looks like he's going to try and slither off, but you've got a pretty firm hold on it, and you start walking back towards town.
Come on, no more trouble from you. Put your lights away.
I cast a light on his robe.
Oh. I cast sleep on this little man.
Oh, it's on.
Oh.
So you cast sleep on me.
Yes.
Okay. Splat. Sleep affects the person with the lowest HP in a radius. That would be a Davy.
Well, it moves up.
Yeah, but a Davy's got less strength, health than me.
Oh, he's holding on to you, though.
So he's casting sleep on himself because it's a radius.
But I
Well,
think
he's
it's
going to roll the
enemies.
dice. He might knock all of you out. I'm not going to notice. I've already
I think
ran
it just
ahead. I'm
affects
like,
people in the radius. I'd have to double check, but I don't have the spell.
I'm checking it right now.
So it even affects the person casting it.
I'm not sure if it affects the caster. It depends if it says other creatures or creatures.
Adavi is grossly incandescent.
Because like
Stays
you
the
can cast
sun.
firebolt on yourself and it damages yourself. So I think it does for sleep, unless it sleep spells otherwise.
So creatures, you pick a point, and creatures within that point in 20 feet are affected in ascending order of their current hit points.
The Davy.
So it starts with the person with the lowest. So you shotgunned him with sleep spells. Mormon, how close are you? Are you guys I'm assuming Noson's outside the range because he followed the lady, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
I was probably a little bit ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and just leave these two to their shenanigans.
My hit points are 17, so I probably wouldn't be affected
Yeah,
anyway.
The guards at the front gate are seeing this, by the way.
Seeing random lights flicking on and off, and
Yeah.
How many hit points do you do? Because do you knock
Roll
yourself
5.
out? You might actually knock both of us out if you roll really high.
Roll
Oh,
5d8.
we'll see.
5d8.
It's actually 7.
Shit.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Oh my god.
We're both asleep.
31 HP. So you
that
turn.
was 7d8. I thought it was 5d8.
It's 7
What'd you
because it's
say?
a level 2.
Oh, okay.
He's overcasting.
Oh my lord. So you two are struggling and you get annoyed with him, and so finally you just go to sleep. Kind of forgetting, like, in your frustration and anger with him, that it's like a shotgun blast that could bounce back on you. And it just goes black. Both of you fall over.
Is it
Well,
concentration?
that's-
No.
No. Sleep isn't concentration.
We are literally both asleep for a minute then.
For 1 minute. You are both knocked the hell out.
So I'm
by the
walking
time-
along and I just hear a poof behind me. I'm
You
like,
hear a
what the?
big thud,
Yes,
yeah.
you do. A big thud and a little thud. A little clink.
And I turn around and see them both just slumped on the ground. I'm like, oh, for crying out
Wait,
loud.
how do you have a second level spell? Don't you only have first level spells?
We picked it up, didn't we?
No, level 2, you've only got first level slots. You don't have a second level slot. I was just checking because I thought that was the case. You only get a second level at level 3.
Oh, well then I'm wrong. I thought you had one now.
So how many, like, die can you do on a sleep spell?
It's,
It's
5.
5.
So you would just get rid of
5d8.
Okay, so 21. So I don't fall asleep.
Okay.
Well, depends which
That's
side
if you
knock
take it
off.
off the end. If you take it off the front, it's 25.
I still don't fall
I don't
asleep.
think he's fall asleep anyway.
Adavi knocks himself out with his sleep spell.
Well, I still see the thump, and I turn around and see a Darby slumped on the ground, and
I didn't do
Tex-
anything. Wasn't me.
Deception check.
I'm not.
Actually, persuasion.
It is
Persuasion.
true,
Sorry.
yeah.
And then Mormon, give me an insight.
His
Yes.
robe is still glowing, by the way.
Being by one.
So
To be
you
fair,
do not persuade Mormon. He knows
he
something
insights
is going
me.
on right now, and he knows you were involved somehow, but he can't put a finger on whose fault it was or what happened. But he knows that you're not entirely. He doesn't believe you.
He knows you are not an innocent party in this.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
What did you do? Why
Mormon,
is he asleep?
Give me a
And I
second.
come up and look at him.
That'd be perfect. I get some of his fur. Does it like leave like black, like a trail of black behind it when you like?
No, it doesn't leave any physical trace.
Do you have any ink or charcoal on you?
What are you suggesting?
That'll work perfectly.
And
The guards at the front gate start walking over.
I draw on his back.
It's a
Buy me
wiener, isn't
ale. I think that's reasonable. And I turn off the light on his robe.
Hello, good guardsmen. We were just out for a leisurely stroll.
I kick a davy, which wakes him up because anytime you damage someone in a sleep spell,
Roll damage.
You're gonna
yeah, I
kick
have
the
to-
damage?
I have to damage you to wake you up. Oh, can I just like slap him slightly to wake him around? Like, can I like do non-damage to just repeatedly?
Well, you would be able to wake him up in the way that you could wake anyone, because he's just asleep. All the spell
Okay.
did
Yeah.
was make him go
You
to
just be
sleep.
like,
It isn't
"Adavi!"
holding him asleep.
I kick him lightly. It actually does
Okay,
like
You just
you
wanna kick
lightly.
him.
The guard says, "Oi! No sleeping on the road. There's a tavern inside town, you gits."
what?
He just
Huh?
suddenly fell asleep. I think he'll be fine. We'll be on our way.
Uh-huh. More like
Oh,
drank
get-
too much. When
Get
I
my
suddenly
ass
fall
up.
asleep. He
Meanwhile,
watches you rise slightly, and the guards just stand there like, "Inside the town walls, it's not safe out there."
I
Yeah,
go
no
to help
kidding.
Adavi up.
I help.
Okay, so helping Adavi up, he gets back to his feet. And where do you head now? Nosan, you've chased this woman. She just went into the tavern. And so you're potentially over at the tavern right now.
Yeah, I followed the whole way.
She
I
rushes
assumed
inside.
my friends were behind me. I didn't know that they were just going to have some magical shenanigans. And, frankly, I'm probably better off on my own.
What do y'all want to do?
What's
I assume we head after them.
I was talking to the main party of the group, and I mean, you guys can all answer what you want to do. No-san, if you wanted to head back to the gate, and also the party of 3 right now, if you wanted to head to the tavern, that's fine. I was just asking both parties what you guys wanted to do.
Okay. Well,
I assume we're going to the tavern?
Be on your way then, he waves with his spear.
Thank you, good guardsman, sir.
I would have gone into the tavern after the woman to try and make sure that both Peter and what was his name?
Fenton.
Fenton. Were there and that she found them.
Yes, as you go inside, you see that she's found them both and has taken a seat over there and is currently harassing Peter and shouting something about leaving her out there and should have taken her with her and blah, 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 and so on and so forth.
Fenton?
He's definitely... Yes, Fenton is in trouble tonight.
Fenton.
Seeing this, and actually, this is what I was hoping to avoid. I walk over, and I sort of hail Fenton and Peter.
You're back, are you?
Yes, I am. And as you can see, we brought your wife. Though, Peter, yours, I presume, is at home. And then, fixing an eye on Peter, I say, Fenton wasn't lying. We not only saw it, we were attacked by it.
Persuasion check. This is a very cynical, skeptical man.
20.
Not bad.
Ooh. Not bad.
Considering I've
Pat.
only got a 2 in my proficiency for that. That was a very good roll. Don't tell me you rolled a natural 20.
What?
I'll wait.
No. He turns you. I had no idea. I wasn't sure, but he looks at her and then looks at Fenn. I'm sorry. I thought I was going with you, but I found myself back here at the tavern. I don't really know what happened. And then Fenton starts shouting, "You left us out there! We was right out in front of the tavern, you git! I swear!" And he just goes off on him.
Seeing that and having a bit of an idea of what went on, I'll actually try to put my hand on Fenton's shoulder and say, calm down. Your wife is safe. You're safe. That's all that matters.
What about my sister? It's out there right now at his farm, and he's sitting in here drinking ale. He didn't even want
I
to come
don't
with us
think it's going to
help
be
the
attacking
family.
anyone tonight. We gave it a good wound, and it ran. Probably somewhere licking its wounds, wherever it needs to go. But we'll be reporting to the guards.
All right,
Just
then.
know that people will stop doubting you.
Can I go home now?
Well, I'm not going to force you to stay here.
He looks to his wife. And I'm going to ask Calder if we can stay upstairs. I don't trust this for nothing once it's dark. We'll wait till morning. And they both stand up and head over to the bar to go talk to the innkeep.
Do we...
Peter, in the
enter-
meantime, is sitting there looking apologetic, like he definitely looks like, shit, what have I done?
Do we enter
Poor
about this
Peter.
time?
Sure.
Okay, as seeing them go over to the bar, did I catch any of the conversation about accommodation, or do I catch any of the conversation at the bar about accommodation?
No, having just walked in, I mean, you can make a perception check, and if you get a good roll, you'll
Okay.
catch in on
well,
it.
I'll be
but-
headed to the bar anyway for a drink. Like, that's my first port of call.
Okay.
Perception.
Good
Okay.
roll.
Yes, you do hear something about that. You quickly walk into the room and identify all the parties who have been involved so far. You can tell that Peter is looking pretty apologetic and upset over at the table, like he done screwed up. And then the other two are over at the bar right now, haggling over a room, seeing if they can get it for free, since they've been displaced.
How much were rooms? How much would we pay for our room?
It was like 5 silver for room and board for however
Okay.
long. Although you're on it for free right now because...
Yeah. Okay, but we did pay for room tonight. So, I go,
Hi, sorry. You can have our spare room. We bought rooms, but we're actually getting rooms paid for by the, You can have my room.
He looks over in astonishment and says, "You do too much. We don't deserve all this. Why?"
Well, I've got a spare room.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My wife does too. She also says thank you.
Don't worry. Anything to help? The Grey Lady protects.
And with that, they hurry up the stairs.
I couldn't hear that without hearing the Emperor protects.
Sorry. We got cut off on our drinking before. Can I have another one?
I get more ale.
He slides
for everyone.
another ale across.
I get one for everyone.
Well-
Just go back to the main group.
While that's going on at the bar, I look down to Peter. You want to be off? Back to your wife?
He seems
doubt
to snap
there's
out
gonna
of
be
something.
any real danger there now, though I couldn't guarantee it. But if she is alone at the farm,
He looks at me. I'll head that way right now. And he stands up and hurrying out of the tavern, sets about his business of going and finding his wife and Fenton's sister.
and
Drinks
with
for
that,
everyone.
I sit down at their now vacated table. Just
Pre-warmed.
as Dax comes over.
Isn't that the
Yeah, I
best
know.
when somebody warms up a seat for you and then you sit down and you're
Yeah.
like, just benefiting from other people's metabolism?
Good thinking,
Good
Nos.
time.
Slide the drink towards you. Slide the drink towards the Davy. Slide the drink towards
I
Mormon.
push it back. And once again, I thank you again for the generosity, Dax, but
That's
not
okay.
necessary.
All the more for me.
And I down
I
everyone
tap-
immediately.
I tap on the mug that you slid my way, and I say, "Light it up."
Stick my little finger in and light it up.
And I pour it over the goblin's head.
You are now covered. I mean, I guess you can make a reflex save if you want to dodge it.
I'm perplexed by what's going on here.
Dexterity save was 7. I don't know why it rolled Vicious Mockery.
He reaches across the table, and before you can move, he dumps the glowing golden liquid all over your head. The innkeeper shouts from across the room, "Knock that shit off!"
I glowing mouth, and I drink mine as well. So
I look over to Mormon.
Yeah.
Where's Mormon right now?
I've sat down in whatever free seat there is at the table.
What kind of mood do you appear to be in? Like, are you concerned
I'm-
about what happened, or
Are you still
Just
picking
roll.
fluff out of your face and stuff?
When I sit down, I look a little bit exhausted, but then I laugh heartily at the altercation.
well,
I
seeing
take
him
a good
in
long drink.
reasonably high spirits, I relax a little bit. But I draw a long breath, and we should take you to the temple on the morrow. Discuss whatever you saw, and perhaps they'll be able to make sure you're all right.
I don't know
Yeah, I
if
think
waiting
that's
for
best.
tomorrow would work. Might forget details between now and then. I think tonight's best.
Well, given the amount of time that we've spent going to and back, it's probably around 10, 11 o'clock at night now.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 o'clock.
Adabu, we could impose on their hospitality once more, but it is getting late.
We did tell Mary that we'd be back within a few hours.
Very well, we can
Well,
indeed. You're right, we did.
Let's
I'm
relax
just
for a
weary.
bit.
There's
I
been a lot
understand.
since we got off the
You're
boat.
weary. I was afraid for my life back there.
Yes, you were. Still, we should, if we're going to be off to the temple, we should go there soon. And almost as if thinking on something, Dax, would you like to stay here and drink? You haven't had much use out of that the drinks that you've paid for yet.
I look at Mormond.
no, I'll come with you. Thank you.
Okay. And I stand back up.
I go, all right, and I down my drink and slam it down on the table.
In the light of the tavern, is he smoking?
Slightly, although there's considerably less fur now that you've been picking on him for a while. But there are little bits here and there that are sending off tiny, almost imperceptible strands of smoke.
Fantastic. Okay, well, let's be on our way. And I immediately make to leave and try to make a beeline toward the temple at this point.
Sure. You work your way back across town to the west, leaving the tavern, the Waltzing Cat, and the temple looms up in front of you as you pass by the market quarter. Do you head inside?
Yes.
Okay, so on heading inside, give me perception checks.
I roll a 21.
Okay.
I got a 6.
Walking on in.
I've got ale in my eye. It's fine.
Moment got a natural one.
Mormon, you
just-
trip over
he's
the
so
last
out of
step
it.
on the way up the stairs and fall down to a knee, and it just blocks you from looking at anything else for a little bit because your knee hurts.
No need to bow
Um,
down,
Okay, at
moment.
this point.
Nosan and Adavi walking inside, you can see that nobody is here anymore. This appears to be past the hours of service or anybody coming in, but you do see a lone figure sitting on one of the front pews with the hood up. That it is Mary Shelby.
Okay. Well, I'm going to walk toward her. I'm not going to be concealing my gait. In fact, I'm clearly making my presence known as I approach. But again, I stop shy and I wait to be addressed before speaking.
She turns upon hearing your footfalls. She goes, you're back. Come, let's back into the office. We'll talk about what I found.
Indeed, and we have much to tell you on what we found.
She walks over to the door, looking interestedly over her shoulder at you, and opens it and waits for everyone to go inside.
I'm still. No, I cancelled the glowing ale
Okay.
because that would be silly.
You're no longer a glowing, sticky goblin.
Just sticky.
Still sticky.
Yeah. You lost one
Let's
adjective,
just
though,
say
so that's
thank
good.
goodness he's not in a Japanese schoolgirl uniform.
Out of character?
Yes. I'm assuming there are no
Man.
Japanese schoolgirls in character. Maybe on
Fourth
the
wall
mainland.
breakage.
I'm assuming there's no Japan in character.
Well,
Well, there can be.
Sort of.
We don't know the whole world.
I got a pen. I can add it to the map.
Yeah.
It's still
It's a
flat,
little
you can add
village
stuff.
near where
Make
Nothing
sure
grew up.
eldritch horrors frequent that area.
And whoever was asking what the sound was, it's Wednesday. It's landscaping day. Sorry.
It's Wednesday at my place, too.
Really?
It's Wednesday
day?
that too.
No, the landscaping day, I mean. The
It's not
landscaping
Wednesday
day.
here.
Thursday here.
It's Thursday here.
Yeah.
God damn it, you guys.
It's Wednesday here too.
What a coinky dink.
Does everyone go in the office?
I've
Yeah,
already
it's
grabbed
random
the stool.
happenstance.
Yes.
Okay,
I've
so everybody
already
going
on a
into the
stool.
office. Mary
I'm a
Shelby
best
walks in
student.
behind you and sits down heavily. The book that she had earlier is still open on the desk, although this time around it appears as though she's tucked quills or feathers into different pages. And she sits down. She's like, well, I think I've got a way that we can proceed. Did you find anything?
I point
We
them all
found
Found
out.
a-
something, all right.
Everyone talks at once, and Davi just looks at everyone. I'm
I
like, well, I ran away, so what did you guys see?
pull a bit of the fur off of Mormond and I put it in the middle of the book.
It sits in the middle of the book, sending up a little tiny, like almost like a match has gone out a couple seconds ago. Just one little strand of smoke goes upwards. She looks at it for a moment. What is... And she starts moving it around with her fingers. Peculiar. So you saw... How did you get this?
Moment?
Tell me
step
everything.
to the side so that she's got clear view of Mormond.
I step to the other side and I go,
Moment, you're up.
I step forward and
Bashfully looks at his feet and I don't know.
just gesture at the head. What was I asked? I missed it.
Well,
Tell me
how this
everything.
happened?
The beast attacked us. It ran straight at me and then, as far as I could tell, disappeared. It left all this stuff covered on me, and for a moment, I'm not sure if I might have been dead.
I sigh as he gives this kind of broken account. The beast came upon us. It hunted us. When it found us, Dax there struck it a staggering blow with some kind of magic. For my part,
It was, if it's relevant, divine magic gifted to me by the Grey Lady.
She looks over at you. Doesn't seem to faze her much the fact that you brought up magic, her being a mage and all. She turns back to Mormond, and then looks at the fur on her desk with a furrowed brow. I'm not trying to be punny, but it's the only word I could think of. And then she makes a few incantations in the air and whispers some words, and looks down at the fur.
Would I recognize any of the
picks it
incantations
up.
she's doing?
You would know that she cast Detect Magic because you have that spell and you know the incantation. And she's holding it up into the air, she just continues to mumble, "Peculiar. What about? So magic had effect on it,
It
Are you
seemed
certain?
to be in
Did not.
pain.
and weapons didn't."
No, my arrow
They-
went straight through it, as did Mormond's sword. And then it went straight through Mormond. Or at least
Oh.
into Mormond. It collided
Dun,
with him
dun,
and suddenly he just collapsed. Almost seemed as if he was dead.
Mormon, do
Not
you remember
breathing.
anything about that?
I saw something, a pillar of marble, some sort of star, I think.
And
I think I saw the wolf as well.
a
The
star
hound.
over our heads, or what do you mean a star?
It was sort of at the top of the pillar.
Sitting on top of it or inscribed?
There were inscriptions on it, yeah.
And you said your perspective was from that. What did you say?
I think I saw the perspective of the hound.
So that confirms it then. She trails off for a minute while staring at the desk.
I stared at her, waiting,
Confirms.
Clearly. in anticipation.
I'm of the opinion, given what you've told me, and from looking at the way whatever this is interacts with the magic around it, she shuffles through her book for a moment, looking down. We appear to have attracted some kind of spirit. Inside the book it mentions, and this is not my area of expertise, I studied evocation. My job was to both protect and destroy the enemies of the army, but part of a wizard is always a wizard. I came across a passage here which seems to imply that the spirits may be attracted to areas that are going through intense emotional discharge at the moment. Given the fog and the failing crops and perhaps even fear of the hound itself, maybe it was not real before, but people's fear led to it. It seems to have coalesced and been attracted to the misery of the city.
Many folktales in Myanmar about creatures that come from the fear of the creatures themselves. Just
Indeed.
fear given form.
I'm going to intelligence to see if I actually know about this. Otherwise, I'm going to be like really stumped.
Okay. The question now that remains
19.
is whether or not yes, you would be aware of those folklore tales.
Okay.
The question now is whether or not it is a spirit that is taking the form of the hound, since it knows that will inflict the most fear, or whether it is indeed a spirit hound itself. I think we may be pondering over semantics, but where there is a spirit, there should be a way to dispel it, although it may be a tad unorthodox.
Unorthodox is
I-
our middle name.
There is a ritual, and while spirifery and dealing with spirits is not my area of expertise, I'll have to say this may be the first time I've ever dealt with it. The book mentions a ritual that we can perform, but it requires several things. First and foremost, I need black pearls, and unfortunately, since those aren't native to the Vagrant Isle, this might be more difficult. I believe there's a jeweler in the market. You may ask him if he knows about anything in the area, may have an idea. And in the meantime, that's where it begins. I need those so that I can grind them up and mix them up into a fluid of sorts that I'll prepare. It will take time, however. There are other things. You'll need down leaf, which I think, yes, the down leaf is, well, that might also be difficult to get. I would start with the pearls. And in the meantime, I'll get the fluid ready. I'll get the poultice ready. And from there, this should give us a way. Spirits such as these tend to attach themselves to an object, or to a memory, or to a person, or something of those kinds. The ritual itself will not make the creature corporeal, but it will show us what we can destroy to make it corporeal, so it can be killed. I assume that you're on board with this. I forgot to ask if you wish to excuse yourself of the issue, by all means, but we could use your help.
Our companion here, beyond his brush with death, I suppose, seems well enough, but I would hasten that we would be far more ready to aid in such an endeavor if someone could at least look at him, a hospital or a cleric.
She stands up and she says, I've some limited training. I can look. He has no magical aura, so I don't think whatever it was rubbed off on him, because the properties of the fur would also be the properties of his ethereal self. I'm sorry, this is all technical. However, I sure...
look lost.
Do
Yeah.
I follow this with my Arcana? Do you want me to roll another one?
Yeah, we'll keep the previous Arcana to speed it up. You would follow. You understand that people are divided up into their physical being and then kind of their ethereal projection of themselves, which they use, and you use to cast spells and gather energy to yourself.
So do me and Adavi have to worry if it did that to us? Is that what I'm gathering
no.
from this? Okay.
Although she notices you pondering, she says, it doesn't appear to have affected any of you. I would assume that given the properties of transference, were any of you educated at the College of Magic?
No?
I'll keep this in layman's terms then. The fur itself has certain properties, and had the beast imbued your friend, he would have those properties now as well, were it using him as a vessel or anything of the sort. He seems otherwise fine to me. I don't think there's any reason to worry yourself, although the vision is peculiar, and I wonder how that factors into our investigation.
Maybe it was trying to talk to you? Do you have any
Also possible.
history or lore about
Perhaps.
a pillar with a star?
She thinks for a moment.
Can I make a history check?
Could it be
You-
possible that rather than it trying to communicate, their brief connection, I hazard to say physical connection, but whatever connection they shared allowed Mormon to see into the thoughts?
Distinctly possible. I don't think it's outside the ordinary. As far as your pillar, you said it was white marble.
Yes, I'm quite sure of it.
Okay.
Moment, you can tell us exactly where that stone is from.
I guess, do I do a history check on it?
No, I actually said when you were doing it that it was not something you were familiar with from the mainland. It seems to be something that was both carved and gathered somewhere that is, like, you got the information that it's definitely not from the mainland, and so it appears to be something that's native to the Isle in some way.
Oh, I thought I was mostly joking because it was a dream, but that's actually really useful information.
Yeah, I brought that up when he had the vision, I think. I
that's
mentioned
cool.
it, and if I did, then I was
did.
meant to mention it.
Or then I say to him, it was not quite like any marble I've seen before. Could be
She looks
something that
thoughtful
can be
for a
found
moment.
here.
And she says, white marble. Before the quarantine, while we were traveling, some of the caravan guards would joke and talk about things they had seen during their travels. And this island, as I recall, is spotted with small shrines like those, if what they are saying is to be true. Well, small pillared areas anyways. I can't tell you specifically, but perhaps talk with some of the caravans who are stuck here, or some of the merchants who have done travels throughout the Vagrant Isle. I think that would be a good place to begin our inquiries. I too, as people come in to make their prayers, it's a tad indelicate and perhaps inappropriate, but as people come in, I'll also raise my own inquiries.
Very well, we'll inquire about the markets, any of the caravans, or are there any? No, the ships. Like, thinking back, I can remember that there weren't any other ships at the dock. Well, certainly we'll ask around town wherever we can, and we'll
Yes.
also endeavor to find these black pearls you require.
Yes, I'll need at least 5 of a reasonable size, I think should do it. A strand would work.
Pause for a moment, thinking, how much would these be likely to cost? I'm afraid that as being on a pilgrimage, neither I or Adavi have much gold.
I'll send word to the lieutenant. Addy has the benefit of a reasonable finance for this mission. I'll send word. If you wish to go talk to him yourself, you can, but I'll send word. And if you find the object, you have my permission to use my name and say it's on the authority of the church that it's required, so that they hold it for you, and then you can go get the money from Addy.
Lieutenant. Perhaps he could offer me a writ of credit.
Sure, absolutely. I'm going to get back to. I don't see myself sleeping much tonight. I'm going to dive back in and see what I can uncover to make this a little simpler.
Mormon's okay then.
As far as I can tell, he should be fine. Yes.
Is there
Don't
any
concern
useful
yourself.
properties to this black fur that might be worth keeping some of it around?
Yes. If you'd like to help me collect it from your friend's person, we'll keep it here. And should it come up later,
I can't avoid it. I flat out chortle at that.
And after gathering a reasonable amount of the fur into a small, she's got like a coin purse essentially, or actually we'll say she puts it inside of a little vial that she has laying around on a shelf. You collect a small layer of it for the inside of the vial, and otherwise you sit around going and blowing it off of him, and he appears to be mostly cleaned up at this point.
I stand back, but throughout this entire thing, I keep basically asking, so, what would the other Stone brothers think of this? Being cleaned by a goblin, grooming you like great ape.
We're just getting the hairs off. I don't know what you're talking about.
I go up to his beard and I go,
You've got some in your beard.
and as soon as you look down, I flick you in the nose.
Major Duck. Sorry. Sorry.
Bullying?
Did I make you?
I waved him
did I
off
make
for
you
the beard. The beard is
furious?
I just look at him.
A silence hangs in the room, and even Mary Shelby is like, really?
Once the puns start happening,
Are you going to start rolling some
I
vicious
signal
mockery?
Adavi, perhaps we should leave. We're not really helping here. Moment,
I pat my knees and stand up.
I'll ask the innkeeper to prepare a bath for you. Just, in case you don't want Dax retrieving the fur from everywhere. It might have worked its way.
Well, Dax did give his
Like,
room away. Maybe
that's
they're going to
probably
share
best. Yes.
You hear Mary Shelby go, that's probably for the best. It smells like wet dog in here.
And with that, I move to leave.
Nos, David, do you want to take the pearls and talking to the lieutenant? We can go talk to the merchant.
Well, none of this is going to be happening tonight.
Well,
I'm sure
I was
everything's
thinking that we
closed
talk
right
to
now.
merchants while they're drunk in the inn. Because where else would they be?
Given the time, I can't imagine many of the merchants would be drunk at the inn.
Dax, knock yourself out.
He casts command.
has to be one word. So you have to be like, knock?
Die!
Well, we can go with Steve and ask around.
Mary Shelby says, I think I know of a merchant. Ursula Fenwick is the name of
How do
the
you spell
jeweler.
that?
Ursula.
Ursula, come on, haven't you? Oh.
Fenwick.
Merchant?
Yes, who deals in gemstones and things like that, although most trade seems to have taken a dive from when you were walking past the markets. It didn't look super lively.
Because of all the people who were coughing and dying of plague.
I really, really hope that she demands Dax's voice in exchange for the pills.
That sounds fine by me.
I imagine merchanting would be difficult if there's a quarantine going on.
It's a rough one for business. It's a real rough one. So do you up and leave?
Yeah,
I'm heading
okay.
out, ideally with the Davy in tow.
Okay. And so as you walk outside of the temple, where were you all going to split off to?
We're heading back to the inn because at this point, because the incident was 10 when we got to the inn, probably about 10:30 by the time we got to it's getting on really late now.
Yeah, it's late.
And our morning started with a kick-ass storm. at least for me, I am dead tired. I'm ready to just sit down in the corner somewhere and immediately go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was going to ask about the merchant in the inn as we were going in, just check if the merchant was actually in the bottom bit, but other than that.
Okay. So you make your way back to the inn, and as you walk through the front door, some of you split off and head upstairs to take your well-deserved rest. Dax, you look around the room. Give me a perception check.
I do also, walk over to the innkeep and ask them to prepare a hot bath for a man of dwarvish size.
I'm going to make sure that they send up another couple bowls of onion soup.
Okay. The innkeeper nods. He's like, "You're well paid for." Or no, he didn't have that voice. "You're well paid for. I'll send the hot water up in a little bit once it dies down a little bit out here." Dax, you look around the room and you see several people whose raiment is opulent enough to be considered a merchant. They're wearing definitely nicer clothes than others, and they appear to have the means to hire caravans. They're sitting in a group, 2 men and 1 woman in the corner.
Okay.
One of the men is a larger guy like a Davi, clean-shaved, with semi-long hair. The other one is of moderate build, although he looks a bit younger and maybe a bit more inexperienced, perhaps. And the woman sitting there is older, probably in her late 40s, early 50s, but she's dressed the nicest out of everybody.
Ormond,
Ooh, cougars.
you remember what you saw, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go up to the innkeeper. I get enough drinks that there is a drink for everyone there and for anyone who's coming with me to talk to the people. And I also ask the innkeeper if they can point out which one is Ursula Fenwick.
Innkeeper looks across the room and points. That'd be her.
Ah, thank you.
And I pass him like a copper.
Also, could it be possible to get a bath as well at some point tonight?
Sure. I'll
Thank you.
put it on the list. He scribbles something down behind the desk, or behind the bar.
Davi, did you go upstairs for your onion soup? Okay.
Yeah.
And Nos, did you go upstairs as well?
I assume that room and board was already taken care of by the guard, so yes, I've gone to my bedroom.
Okay, so, Mormon, you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Go over to the table, dump all the beers on the table,
Go. Hello. Here you go, a drink on the house. I was just wondering if I could ask a question.
They turn and look over. The woman speaks. Yes?
But we're wondering about certain pillars that apparently dot the island. Have you seen these things?
The younger man says, "Yeah, I seen them. What? They let me see here. When I was traveling down southwards," and he reaches into a pouch on the side and pulls out a map of the Vagrant Isle. "Yeah, when I was traveling down here, I think. Well, anyways, I don't know. It's a tough one. I think I seen what you're talking about. I mean, I've seen them in a couple places. There's one up by Ballard's Cross where I come from. I've seen another one out sort of towards the Delta off to the west. But the one that I've seen here, the only one that's inside the quarantine anyways, is going to be right around here." And he marks the spot on a map.
Did that happen to look like a marble pillar with a star embossed and some inscription?
Yeah, a whole bunch of them, in fact. Several. 3 or 4.
Mormont? Have you got any more detail?
So what was his description? Marble pillar with, was it?
The bisected star. So it's half a star with a circular dot on the side that's missing the star, perfectly lined up with the center.
And yeah, that matches up with what I saw.
Yeah,
Do you know
yeah.
how
there's
many
a
of
gaggle
these there
them.
are in the island? Ask him.
Well, legend has tell that, I mean, I haven't been doing this a long time, but other merchants say that there was somebody on the island before we got here, and those ruins existed by the time our grandfathers landed here. There's a bunch of them. I mean, nobody really knows how to make hide nor hair of them, but the one that I told you is up there in the Croftwood, and it's got there's a bunch of them over there. Looking at the map that he's marked, Mormond, you see that it coincides with the map that you have.
Right.
So the dots that are marked on there are from the map that you have.
Okay, I'm very intrigued by his description. So I say, there are about a dozen of them.
Yeah, roundabout. I mean, I've only seen 2 or 3 myself. I ain't never seen all the other ones, but merchants come and merchants go and travel to weird places, and I've heard that they're all over the place.
Right. Do they do anything? Is there anything weird about them?
I mean, it's about as weird as a strange gilded pillar in the middle of an otherwise empty forest. I mean, it's more interesting than the elk and the deer you see out there, that's for sure. I took a look at them one time when we were on our way by, but there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary that I recall.
Oh, interesting. The one he marked on the map, was that like within the quarantine area? I forget if the like part of the Croftwood is inside that or not.
It is. The Croftwood is technically the boundary, so you can go into the Croftwood, but where the actual line is where enforcement begins hasn't really been defined.
They point that out. Oh, this one's inside the quarantine area. I'd like to visit it if we could.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take your chances out there, all I can say is that if you're going to go into the Croftwood, you got to bring some plum wine with you. As before you go into the Croftwood, you don't want it to be hostile. You go into the Croftwood when you get to the fork, or I'm sorry, when you get to the front edge, right when, you'll see what I mean when you go out there. It'll look almost like a doorway into the forest. The trees have kind of come together in that way. You take that plum wine, you pour it right there at the entrance to the forest as an offering. Make sure that the forest stays nice and friendly when you go out there.
I leave Mormon talking to them, and I go and buy some plum wine off of the innkeeper.
He doesn't actually have it. No plum wine.
Where can you
I'll
get
make
it?
sure of it.
He kind of raises an eyebrow, and that's going to come with a cost. Plum wine, we used to grow it around here out in the West Fields, but ever since the orchards have kind of withered, what bottles remain of it... I check with the merchants, see what you can do, but I can bet you it ain't going to come cheap, because I don't stock it here for that reason.
Okay. I will go back to Mormon and I whisper in his ear. Apparently they don't stock plum wine. Apparently the merchants have it. And he's saying that we need plum wine to get into the forest. It might be some sort of con. I would like
Who are you?
insight.
You don't sound like Dex.
It might be some sort of con.
It's harder to stage whisper in Dex's voice. Can I insight the merchant to see if the merchant is just having us on to like try and sell us some plum wine?
Absolutely.
Oh god, which one's my character sheet?
You know what I hear gives you a nice bonus to insight? Plum wine.
Yeah.
9.
Thanks.
Apparently it does. It's really good for insight.
There's no hint of deception whatsoever in the merchant's voice. He's absolutely 100% not having you on. Like, he is sincere about what he's saying.
Maybe buy some plum wine off them? They seem sincere.
Do you have any of this wine?
I do. Not me personally, but my friend here, he pokes a thumb at his rotund friend, who seems to be sort of dozing off in his chair due to drinking too much. It's been a long night for him. He starts up, What?
How much would it be for enough plum wine for the forest to be happy?
Well, the plum wine, that'll probably set you back, I don't know, 20 crowns, perhaps? Price has gone up quite a bit since we can't stock it anymore.
20 crowns?
Supply and demand, my friend. Supply and demand.
Wow. She did say something about the captain maybe buying the provisions we need, so I guess we could add that to the list of things to ask the lieutenant about?
Working for the lieutenant, are you?
Oh, crap, he heard that.
Silence hangs for a moment.
Almond.
Well,
Well, yeah, we're helping with the guard.
ornery bastard shut down my quarantine zone. Now I can't make ends meet.
Well, we're looking into trying to figure out what this Black Hound is all about and lifting the quarantine. And if we're successful, there won't be any more quarantine, maybe. We're not exactly sure if that'll work out yet, but we're trying.
Persuasion.
Bonnie, roll high.
20.
That is
Nice.
Not bad. Let's see here. He looks at you and he, well, be that the case, I can't just give away an expensive piece of my stock. It's one of the, I told you, I'm barely making ends meet, and selling that will allow me to at least float until this
Don't
all
worry,
ends.
I understand. But if the quarantine were to end really quickly, then you would have no problem making ends meet. A merchant of your caliber, of course.
He squints at you for a moment, and then looks at his smaller friend. He says to his friend, "Am I too drunk for this?" His friend turns and goes, "Absolutely, but it's too late now." And he groans. He shifts in his seat and says, "Come by my stall tomorrow morning."
Why, you are a gentleman and a scholar.
He places a hand on yours. Is your hand on the table or anything? Is anybody's hand on the table?
It's on like my mug of beer that I haven't really drunk yet because I've had quite a lot.
He taps the rim of the mug. And, I don't like Adborough any, but I will need to get paid for the bottle. It's on credit. It's not free.
We will have a word with the guard and get them to see what they can do.
Okay. Everything sounds fine to me.
One more thing. Do any of you happen to have any black pearls?
The older woman turns her head at that. I'm the gem vendor.
Oh.
I carry all sorts of mundane and lovely things. Bit of a fancy for them I've always had.
Well, does that include black pearls?
Had something like it for a bit. I think a few weeks ago. Yes. A few weeks ago, I sold it to... what was his name? Man came by that wanted them for his wife. Looked kind of ill, though. His eyes. Bit puffy. Didn't sound altogether. Had trouble speaking and so on and so forth. God, what was his name? Amaleth. And she appears to think about it for a moment. The GM says as he looks through his sheet, which is horribly...
Was it Fenton?
Horribly. It's not Fenton. It's not Fenton. I don't think I have that one. All right, never mind then. Yay, to the name dump. His name was, Palamine Grainwood.
Palamine.
Palamine with a P.
Palamine, because he's a pal of mine.
Greywood or Gravewood?
Grainwood.
Grainwood, okay.
Yes,
Has
he had
black pearls.
he mentioned something about buying them for his wife. Aside from that, I don't know where he lives or anything along those lines, but that was my last strand, and unfortunately I won't be resupplying anytime soon. Although, feel free to seek me out. I don't know if you've picked up anything from the mainland when you came over. If you'd like to replenish my stock a little from anything you've brought with you, by all means, I have a little coin.
Oh, of course. Well, thank you for your help.
You're
Out of
quite welcome.
interest, would you be interested in any curious, ethereal black fur?
She
I look at Dax.
is not quite sure how to ponder this, but she responds, I just deal in finery.
Oh, okay.
Gold,
Sorry. Yep.
silver, the
Understandable.
like.
Thank you.
I get her another drink for her and her friend who've been really useful.
Sure.
Moment. Have we got anything else?
I think that's all for today.
Well, thank you, good merchants. Thank you, good madam and sir. You've been of great help. Hopefully we'll get this
course, the big
quarantine
guy
lifted.
says.
And, let me...
And I take their beer and I swig it around under my like traveling cape and dip my finger in and I cast light on either of them.
And they go, aha! There we go. The finest.
And I leave.
Sure. You go upstairs to rest?
Bath and then rest. I smell of ale.
Okay. You spend the next of the time bathing,
That's right,
getting all
you do.
scrub-a-dub-dub with your rubber ducky. And we'll continue this next week.
I
We're at a
cast
great
light on the
stopping
rubber
point
ducky.
right now. Rubber ducky glows with the light of a
Give him that
thousand
bloody
suns.
light cantrip, my goodness.
And so
Everything will
thank
be
you,
light,
everybody.
always.
We really appreciate you stopping on in for Roll4It D&D. The next episode is poised to be a very, very interesting one. I'm excited to see where this all goes. All the players have provided me with really, really cool storylines and things to work with, and so I think as this all develops, it's going to get cray-cray.
Oh, come on, Splat. We know where this is going, okay? We're gonna be the Ghostbusters. That's what's gonna happen. We need like a little chat box. Need a nice car we can paint a little ghost on.
You mean a cart?
I just expect, like, at some point we've got to just not cross the streams, but I'm not sure exactly how that can happen in a medieval
Well,
context.
pardon me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that the one and only time they crossed the streams, it was really good. So all of this don't cross the stream stuff. This is information.
It's hyperbole and misinformation. It's just paranoia.
Have you ever
That's all
done it in
that it is.
Magicka?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good in Magicka.
It's not. Sometimes it's good.
Yeah,
It's
I've
like
done
same
this like a
streams.
deliberate tactic to like. No, when you cross like opposite streams and it explodes at the point of contact.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
one's worse.
Yeah, but you can like
Yeah,
put
yeah.
the point of contact over
You're
the
a
boss.
dick Magicka player, whereas me and all my friends cooperated.
No.
and made
We cooperated
ultra death
to make the
lasers.
explosion over the top of the boss.
Mm-hmm.
That was
We
quite
did it. I
actually-
played with Marbazir and Chris Odd and Blitzkrieg there.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
all I remember is Marbazir and I figured out how to do a butthole beam because one of the monsters could only be killed by getting hit in the butt. And if we crossed our streams, it did like a black spirally lightning thing. And Marbazir would be like, butthole beam, go! And it was like the funniest thing that's ever happened in my entire life.
Oh my God.
Every time he said it, I start laughing. I can't think about it without laughing.
I
Oh,
was
dear.
a jerk once though, because one of my
Just
friends
once.
got really into using lightning and loved that spell, and so I just because in the heat of battle I just cast rain.
Yeah, I was going to say you made him wet.
Yep.
That sounded
Yep.
different in my head.
Oh god.
Oh no. But yeah, so that's the end of the stream. Really interesting one. I was definitely thinking something really bad was going to happen to Bentham. It's like, it basically pounces into you. And then you pass out. You stop breathing. You're now smoking also.
I was
Well, I can't be
I was
too
a-
cruel.
Then you
'cause it's
wake up
only
and you're
session 2.
fine.
I know.
I was
I was a
very-
bit disappointed that Adavi got afraid and ran away. Just
I mean,
like
if
all my other
Adavi
characters
had
do.
like been able to fight as well, we might have actually killed it. Like, you do a shit ton of damage,
Yeah.
man.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but I got afraid, so
Yeah.
Fairly certain.
It can only be hurt by magic, and the main magic guy is scared.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'd use one of my spells for command, and then I used one for bless, which didn't really do much because it buffed people who couldn't do any damage. And then I used the golden button. I was like, "Fuck! Now I'm gonna run away." Yeah. Oh, I was so looking forward to like Noss's like super like stealth arrow and Mormon's like super powerful two-handed sword, and I was like, "These are gonna be it. This is gonna be fuck."
Yeah, you've got to cultivate fear in the players. That's part of being a GM. You got to let them know that shit in this universe can fuck them up. You just got every
absolutely.
now and again you got to put it on display. Just be like, listen, don't get too rowdy. Don't get too rowdy, because things can go very, very badly. And you just
Roddy
dangle
Rod.
it.
I think we lost our first battle, I guess.
Well, I would say it was more of a stalemate. I mean, you didn't inflict. You
Yeah.
inflicted damage and it didn't. So, I mean, to be fair, it's not that bad. It
Well,
was
to be
just
fair
like-
though, the one person that hit died temporarily and had weird dreams.
Well, you don't know if he was just in stasis or if he died yet.
Then woke up smoking.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's a bad
not
habit.
smoking.
That's
It'll
a
take it
bad
forever to
habit.
kick
Don't
that.
start now. Don't
Don't
start
smoke
now.
when bad. It's a bad plan.
To be fair, if I had any spells left and I'd seen him die, I'd have just gone heal, and that doesn't do anything.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. We've got a post show coming up for you. Make sure to check out the Patreon so you can get access to that post show where we talk about all the stuff that happened in the last round. Check out our Reddit. Our subreddit needs lots of people to go there. We got fan theories and all kinds of stuff going on. We all hang out there. It's just reddit.com/r Roll4It. And it's pretty cool. We're trying to populate that. And remember that if you're really trying to help the show out, whenever you tweet about the stuff we did today, include hashtag Roll4It in there because it helps us expand our influence and make people love us more. So
It's like black
Thank you,
and white.
Brett.
The more influence we have, the more areas that
exactly.
we can do our spells.
and
pick
then
up
eventually
stru-
figure out that we
scaffolding.
can just eventually figure out we could just light a tree on fire and carry it whatever we want and burn down their entire city because it's a giant bug.
Very true.
So much fun. We will see you all next week at the same time. Don't forget to stop by on Sunday, where we'll be playing
What
some Dark
happens on
Heresy.
Sunday?
Dark Heresy with Enter Elysium GMing, where he tries to kill us off and...
Yeah.
I'm not going to be there.
Sadly, we will not have a Bentham on Sunday because Bentham is busy.
No.
But we will have Knorr, otherwise known by his real name as Anders, who is like massively into like Blood Bowl and stuff. Like he is a Blood Bowl genius, and he also is a streaming producer for Paradox. So you may have seen him at any of their streams for like all the things like Stellaris or Hearts of Iron, etc. So that'll be really cool.
Fun stuff. Can't wait to see.
Go tweet him.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Tell him that he's going to be amazing and we're going to have loads of fun.
It's going to be a blast. I'm really, really excited. And I'm also sad. It's hard to be happy and sad at the same time because on one hand, we have no Benny. But on the other hand, we've got Knorr. So it's like, what do I feel right now?
Basically, he's going to miss out on the best part of that mission.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be the bit where all the killing happens.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
You get to...
And you know what's going to be worse? Is Knorr's going to be there, and he's going to be dual-wielding pistols and using his chainsword, and he'll do them all better than you.
We're going to give him your chainsword. It has your name written on the side while he's swinging it.
That's
So
I
you
do
can
fear
have
for the
disadvantage.
party. I do fear for the party without Bentham because Bentham's always the one who tanks the enemy. Not that they hit him, just that he dodges them forever.
Well,
Without
they
Bentham,
did hit him a couple
And occasionally
times.
they chop my legs off.
yeah.
He seems
When
to
he
have,
sets on
you know,
fire.
he did kind of die. He had to burn a fate last time.
Yeah. I
That is
mean,
very true.
he'd burnt the fate for the rest of you, so...
No, he burned the fate for himself. We'd have been fine.
He's kind of like the Jesus of our party right now. He sacrificed so the rest of us could have eternal life, or at least a few more streams worth. We just need fan art now of Brander, like, rising up in front of a cross. Like, I will burn my fate for you, my son.
It wasn't 0G, so I can be floating.
Yeah, go in peace. They totally would make propaganda of that, though. The Imperium totally would, of him floating through the air with a leg gone, but reaching out to a peasant who's like, yes, me lord! Getting a blessing from his hand.
I know, I can't imagine the peasant giving him back his leg.
Oh, that ruins it, though. You're drawing attention to the wrong aspects of the propaganda.
Have we said thank you to all of the people in the patron list?
Yeah, so down there.
All of those
Over
people, they are
there.
bosses. They's the big boss soggers. They's taking it out for the boys, the greenies.
The Patreon
make it so that
gets you that.
Yeah. And also Orc voice. So we can do the greenest timeline. Who's
Greenest
the
timeline,
orkiest?
best timeline.
Mhm.
Because
Who's
it has
the orkiest?
What?
I think personally that I'm the orkiest. When I crumps a thing, it stays dead, especially those little humicus. But Havoc thinks that he's the greenest because he drives in his truck and it's a red one which goes faster.
I'm
I
just
don't
imagining
buy it.
you as like a Vinnie Jones orc now.
That is actually quite legitimately terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thank you to everyone who came along. Also, thanks to the mods for doing a great job as well.
Mm-hmm. Lots
We
of people to thank here. So much thankfulness on the week of Thanksgiving.
Only
Enjoy your
America.
turkey day.
Come on now.
Yeah,
Canada
that's
had
true.
that a while ago. We're behind the
Yeah.
times.
Are we doing people and then where you can find us then?
Yes.
No, I think everyone knows where we can find us.
What is the I don't see the stream right now, so what is the order going clockwise? We can just do it like that. Or I can just read it out on
Me,
Just do it
Shen,
whatever order you want.
Bentham,
Shen,
Eva,
you're
you.
first.
Great.
Shen is the first. I demand it as GM. It is my right. I am the law.
Okay.
Oh, let me fan myself while you choose me. Oh my goodness. My name's Shen. I am on youtube.com/Shenner2 because Shenner1's dead. And I am on twitch.tv/Shenner. I'm there 8 hours a day, 9 to 5 Pacific every day. We've been playing a lot of Transport Fever lately, which is like spiritual successor to Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe by Chris Sawyer, if you remember that game. And I believe we're going to be hopping into Planet Coaster soon, because why not? Let's kill some visitors to the Coaster Land.
Right. Bentham, what's up with you?
I am at Mangleport Gaming on YouTube, and on Twitter I am at Bentham Plays, and I play endless amounts of Factorio and also occasionally other games like Rodina, Redina, one of those. All of those. Nothing much is happening. Nothing much is happening at the moment apart from the Massa series, which involves me and Avak and other Factorio-y people building a factory and arguing about how to place mining drills.
I feel it's mostly the other people that are arguing. I mean, you just go off and do stuff. It's not always the best stuff, but at least we're not arguing about it. Stuff gets done.
Is there some juicy strife that you need to tell us about?
YouTube drama, fan the flames. Tube drama.
We definitely hate each other. That's definitely how it works.
I don't know. I got the impression that was quite the opposite. You went off and did stuff together, and okay.
It was hateful stuff that they did together.
Yeah, it was hateful stuff. Really vile, hateful stuff.
Yeah, the government's going to ban that soon, I heard today. Sorry, you're going to have to take that down.
Yeah, that was one of the most interesting things I read today. I'm like, really?
Andrew Elysium, what's up with you, boo-boo?
Well, I have a series on Stellaris where the War in Heaven happening, I think. That's fun because I haven't picked to join any of the Ascended Empires, so I'm having to fight them all. That's scary. Also, I have Hearts of Iron Great War mod going on where I'm playing as Austro-Hungary. I'm taking on Russia, just about to defeat them, but the problem is it's costing a lot of manpower. That's First World War, that's awesome. I've also got a Civilization 6 campaign thing that's going on with Biffa, which is coming towards an end. And I think Tyranny may have just finished up today, because I'm only doing the first act, because it's a very long game and it kills my throat with all the different voices. It's fun, though. Also,
it is indeed.
Speaking of which, the music that we have on right now is from, I think, Pillars of Eternity. It is. No, it's from Tyranny. It's actually from Tyranny, this one.
Oh,
thank you very much for letting us use that music. Yeah.
And then Avik, what's my favorite Welshman up to?
Well, still playing Stardew Valley. We're just coming up to about I think it's the second week now of winter in the first year. I've managed to do an awful lot this time because I'm playing it through a second time, so I know a little bit more of how to get things moving along, and yeah, just getting situated there. Also playing RimWorld on a custom scenario with permanent volcanic winter and permanent toxic fallout. That is going about as fun as it sounds. And yeah, so the additional things, as Bentham has mentioned, playing Factorio Massa with a couple of other YouTubers, really fun. And is there anything else? Yes, there's a couple of other things, but they're just dotted around here and there. I'm still got like one episode's worth of finishing Zombie Night Terror, for example, where I'm just trying to get all of the challenges. I've completed the game, but I've gone back through and I've just got 2 more levels to complete with their challenge conditions, and then I've completely completed the game, which is very rare for me. I'm not a 100%er kind of guy. But what about you, Splat?
Right now, transitional phase. I said that last week, but I'm just starting to roll out some new series because all my stuff is ending right now. I just finished off, I think, what ended this week? Masquerada ended this week, which had a pretty cool ending that actually seemed to lead as though it was going into maybe a trilogy or a second game. The ending was very much one where they're like, oh, they're going to make more games for sure. It's definitely going to happen. I still got Sunless Seas of Mariner going on. I've got Tyranny, which like EE, I'm probably going to say goodbye to Tyranny pretty soon. And aside from that, I just started up Slime Rancher today with the new Slime Science patch. As far as what's replacing it all, I don't know. I was thinking about playing some Sheltered. I was thinking about maybe playing this, that, or the I really like Sheltered. I've always liked that game a lot. And so I was thinking about doing Sheltered. I was thinking about doing the second Metro game, the Metro Redux for the second game, because I played the first one on my channel a while back, and I'd like to get the whole series done. But other than that, not a whole lot. So that'll be it for us here at Roll4It. Come check us out on our individual channels, or at least come and visit on Sunday and other Wednesdays. We'd love to have you. It's a lot of fun, and we're tremendously grateful for the way you've all supported us over the last 6 months. Spread the word, too. Tell your friends, tell your mama, tell your daddy, tell your granny. Don't even matter. Tell everybody. And we will see you all next time. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.